Rama Hare Rama. Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama. Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama. Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama. Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama. Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama. Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama. Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama. Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama. Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama. Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama. Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama. Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama. Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna. Hey, Hare Krishna. Got up a little early today. Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama. Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama. Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare. Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama. Rama Rama
Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Rama Hare Rama.
Rama
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 Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare
Rama
Hare
Hare
Rama.
Rama
Rama
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Hare
Krishna
Rama
Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare
Rama
Rama.
Hare
Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama. Rama
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 Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna.
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama.
Hare Rama Hare Rama.
Rama Rama
Rama
Hare
Rama Hare Hare
Krishna. Krishna
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 Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama. Rama Rama
Rama
Hare
Rama Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama. Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama. Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna.
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama. Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama. Rama Rama
Rama
Hare
Rama
Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama. Rama Rama
Rama
Hare
Rama
Hare
Hare Krishna Hare
Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama. Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna. Krishna
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 Hare
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 Rama Rama
Rama
Hare
Rama
Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna.
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
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 Rama.
Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama. Rama Rama
Rama
Hare
Rama
Hare
Hare
Hare Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna.
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
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 Rama Hare
Hare
Rama.
Rama
Rama Rama
Rama
Hare
Rama
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama. Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
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 Rama
Hare
Hare
Rama
Rama.
Hare
Rama
Rama
Rama Hare
Rama
Hare
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 Krishna Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna.
Krishna
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 Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama. Rama Rama
Rama
Hare
Rama
Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna.
Krishna
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 Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama.
Rama
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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna. Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
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 Rama
Hare
Hare
Rama
Rama. Rama Rama
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari Hari
Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hari
Krishna
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 Hari Hari
Hari
Hari Ram
Hari
Hari
Rama
Rama
Hari Rama
Rama Rama
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari
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 Krishna Hari
Krishna
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 Krishna Hari
Krishna
Hari Hari Ram Hari
Krishna
Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hari Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hari
Krishna
Hari
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 Ram
Hari
Hari
Rama
Rama
Hari Rama
Rama Rama
Rama
Hari Hari
Rama
Hari
Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hari
Krishna
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 Krishna Hari
Krishna
Hari
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 Ram
Hari
Hari
Rama
Rama
Hari
Rama Rama
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari
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 Hari Hari
Krishna Hari
Krishna
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 Krishna Krishna Hari Hari
Hari
Hari
Hari
Ram
Hari
Hari
Rama
Rama
Hari Rama
Rama Rama
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari
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 Hari Hari
Krishna Hari
Krishna
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 Krishna Hari
Krishna
Hari
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 Ram
Hari
Hari
Rama
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 Rama Rama
Rama
Hari Hari
Rama
Hari Krishna
Hari
Hari
Krishna
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 Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Ram Hari Rama Rama
Rama
Rama Hari
Rama
Hari
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 Krishna
Hari
Hari
Krishna
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 Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hari
Krishna
Hari Hari
Hari
Ram
Hari
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 Rama
Rama Hari Rama
Rama Rama Hari
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari
Hari
Krishna Hari
Krishna
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 Krishna Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hari
Hari Ram Hari
Hari
Rama
Rama
Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hari Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hari
Krishna
Hari
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 Ram Hari
Hari
Rama
Rama Hari Rama
Rama Rama
Rama
Hari Hari
Rama
Hari Krishna Hari
Hari
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hari
Krishna
Hari
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 Ram Hari
Hari Rama
Rama
Hari Rama
Rama Rama
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari Hari
Hari
Krishna Hari
Krishna Hari
Krishna
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 Krishna Hari
Krishna
Hari Hari Ram Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hari Krishna 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 Hari 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 Ram Hari Rama
Rama Hari Rama
Rama Rama Hari
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari
Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hari
Krishna
Krishna
Hari
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hari Hari
Hari
Hari
Ram Hari
Rama Hari
Rama
Rama
Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hari
Krishna Hare
Krishna
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 Krishna Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Hari
Hare
Ram Hari
Hare Rama
Rama
Hare Rama
Rama Rama
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari Hari
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hari
Krishna
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 Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hari Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hari
Hare Rama
Rama
Hare Rama
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 Rama Hari
Rama
Hari
Hare
Hari
Hare
Krishna Hari
Krishna
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 Krishna Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Hari
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hari
Rama
Rama
Hare Rama
Rama Rama
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari
Hare
Hari Krishna
Hare
Hari
Krishna
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 Krishna Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Hari
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hari
Rama
Rama
Hare Rama
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 Rama Hari
Rama
Hari Hari
Hare
Krishna Hari
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Hari
Hare
Hari Ram Hari
Krishna
Rama
Rama
Rama Rama
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hari
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Hari Hari
Hare
Ram Hari Rama Rama
Rama
Rama Hari
Rama
Hari Hari
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Krishna
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 Hari
Hare
Hari Hari Ram Hari
Hare
Rama
Rama
Rama Rama
Rama
Hari Hari
Rama
Hari Krishna
Hare
Hari
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hari 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 Ram Hari Rama Rama
Rama
Rama Hari
Rama
Hari Hari
Hare
Krishna Hari
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Hari Hari
Hare
Hari Ram
Hare
Hari
Rama
Rama
Hare Rama
Rama Rama Hari
Rama
Hari Hari
Hare
Krishna Hari
Krishna
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 Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hari
Krishna
Hari Hari
Hare
Ram Hari
Hare
Rama
Rama Hare
Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hari
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Hari
Hare
Hari Hari Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hari Krishna 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 Hari
Krishna
Hari Hari
Krishna
Rama
Hare
Hari
Hare
Rama
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 Rama Hari Hari
Rama
Hari
Rama
Krishna
Hare
Hari
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Hari Rama Hari Rama
Hare
Rama Rama Hari Hari
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare
Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama Rama Rama
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari
Hare
Krishna Hari
Krishna
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 Krishna Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Hari
Hare
Rama Hari
Hare
Rama
Rama Hare Rama
Rama Rama Hari
Rama
Hari
Rama
Krishna
Hare
Hari
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama Rama Rama
Rama
Hari Hari
Rama
Krishna
Hare
Hari Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Hari Rama Hari
Hare
Rama
Rama Hare Rama
Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hari
Rama
Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna
Hare
Hari
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hari Hari
Hare
Rama
Hare
Hari
Hare
Rama
Rama Hare Rama
Rama Rama Hari
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hari
Krishna
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 Krishna Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Hari
Hare
Rama
Hare
Hari
Rama
Rama
Hare Rama
Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hari Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama Rama Rama
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari
Hare Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Krishna
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 Hari
Hare
Hari
Hare
Hari
Hare
Rama
Rama Hare Rama
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 Hari Hari Hari
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hari Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hari Krishna
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 Krishna Hari
Hare
Hari
Hare
Hari
Rama
Rama
Hare
Hari
Rama
Rama Rama
Rama
Rama Hari
Rama
Hari
Hare
Hari
Hare
Krishna Hari
Krishna
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 Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama Rama Rama
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari
Hare
Hari
Hare
Krishna Hari
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hari
Hare
Hari
Rama
Hari Rama Hari Rama
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 Hari 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 Krishna Hari Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Hari
Hare
Rama
Hare
Hari
Rama
Rama
Hare Rama
Rama Rama
Rama
Hari
Rama
Hari Hari
Hare
Krishna Hari
Krishna
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 Hari
Hare
Hari
Hare
Hari Rama
Hare
Hari
Rama
Rama
Hare Rama
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 Rama Hari
Rama
Hari
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hari
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hari
Krishna
Hari Hari Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama
Rama
Rama
Rama Hari Hari Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hari Hari Hare Rama
Hare
Rama
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 Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hari
Rama
Hari
Hare
Hare
Rama
Rama Hare Rama
Rama Rama
Rama
Hare
Rama
Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hari Hari Hare Rama Hare Rama
Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare
Rama
Hare
Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Rama
Rama
Hare
Rama
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Rama
Hare
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 Rama
Rama Hare
Rama Rama
Rama
Hare
Rama
Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Rama
Rama
Hare
Rama Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Jesus Prabhupada Nityananda Gauranga Jesus Srila Prabhupada Nityananda
Nityananda Gorak Jesus
Jesus Srila Prabhupada Nityananda Gauranga Jesus Srila Prabhupada Nityananda Gauranga Jesus
Jesus
Nityananda Gauranga Jesus Srila Prabhupada Nityananda Gauranga Jesus
Jesus
Srila Prabhupada Nityananda
Nityananda
Gauranga
Goranga
Nityananda Nityananda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Nityananda
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 Shri Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya Nityananda Nityananda Shri
Shri
Krishna Chaitanya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Nityananda
Krishna Chaitanya
Nityananda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Shri
Shri
Krishna
Krishna Chaitanya Shri Krishna
Nityananda
Chaitanya Shri
Nityananda
Krishna
Shri Krishna Chaitanya
Chaitanya
Krishna Chaitanya Shri
Shri
Krishna Shri Krishna Chaitanya Nityananda
Krishna
Shri Krishna Chaitanya
Shri
Shri
Krishna
Krishna Chaitanya
Shri Krishna Chaitanya
Nityananda Nityananda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Shri
Shri
Krishna
Krishna Chaitanya
Chaitanya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Nityananda Nityananda Shri Krishna
Nityananda Nityananda
Shri Krishna Chaitanya Nityananda Nityananda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Nityananda Nityananda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Shri
Shri Krishna Chaitanya Shri Krishna
Nityananda Nityananda
Nityananda
Shri Krishna
Nityananda Shri
Chaitanya
Krishna Chaitanya
Shri Krishna Chaitanya Nityananda Nityananda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Nityananda Nityananda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Nityananda Nityananda Shri
Nityananda
Krishna
Nityananda
Chaitanya Krishna Chaitanya
Hare Krishna,
Shri
Hare
Shri
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya
Chaitanya Shri Krishna
Hare
Chaitanya
Rama, Rama
Shri
Rama,
Krishna Chaitanya
Chaitanya
Shri
Shri
Krishna Chaitanya
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Shri
Hare
Krishna
Rama,
Chaitanya Shri Krishna
Rama Rama,
Chaitanya
Hare Hare Krishna, Hare
Shri Krishna Chaitanya
Shri Krishna
Shri Krishna Chaitanya
Shri Krishna Chaitanya
Chaitanya
Shri Krishna
Shri
Chaitanya
Krishna Shri Krishna Chaitanya Chaitanya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Krishna Chaitanya Shri Krishna
Shri
Chaitanya
Krishna Chaitanya Shri
Shri
Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya
Chaitanya Shri Krishna Chaitanya
Rama, Hare
Shri
Rama, Rama
Krishna
Rama, Hare Hare,
Chaitanya Shri Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Chaitanya
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Shri
Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Chaitanya
Rama,
Shri
Shri
Hare Rama,
Krishna
Krishna
Rama
Chaitanya
Shri
Shri
Krishna Chaitanya Shri
Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya
Chaitanya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna
Hare
Chaitanya,
Rama, Hare Rama, Rama
Shri Krishna Chaitanya,
Sri
Shri
Krishna Chaitanya, Sri Krishna
Shri Krishna
Chaitanya, Sri
Chaitanya,
Krishna
Shri Krishna
Chaitanya, Sri Krishna
Chaitanya,
Chaitanya.
Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna
Hare Rama, Hare
Chaitanya,
Rama, Rama Rama.
Shri Krishna Chaitanya,
Hare
Shri
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna Krishna,
Chaitanya,
Hare Hare.
Shri
Hare
Krishna
Rama, Hare Rama,
Chaitanya,
Rama
Shri
Rama.
Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri
Hare
Krishna
Rama, Hare Rama,
Chaitanya,
Sri
Rama Rama.
Krishna
Shri
Chaitanya,
Krishna
Sri
Chaitanya,
Krishna
Shri
Chaitanya,
Krishna
Hare Hare.
Chaitanya,
Hare
Sri
Rama,
Shri
Hare
Krishna
Rama.
Sri Krishna
Chaitanya, Shri
Sri
Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya,
Chaitanya, Sri
Shri
Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya, Sri
Chaitanya,
Rama,
Shri
Rama.
Krishna Chaitanya,
Hare Krishna,
Shri
Hare
Krishna Chaitanya,
Hare Hare
Shri
Rama.
Krishna Chaitanya,
Divine,
Shri
divine,
Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, 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 Shri Krishna Chaitanya,
Krishna,
Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya,
Krishna, Shri Krishna,
Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna,
Chaitanya,
Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya,
Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Sri
Shri
Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya,
Chaitanya,
Sri
Shri
Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya,
Chaitanya, Shri Krishna
Krishna Chaitanya,
Chaitanya,
Sri
Shri
Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya,
Chaitanya,
Sri
Shri
Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya.
Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri
Hare
Krishna
Rama, Hare
Chaitanya,
Rama, Rama Rama,
Shri
Hare
Krishna Chaitanya,
Hare
Shri Krishna Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya,
Krishna,
Shri Krishna Chaitanya, 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 Shri Krishna
Sri
Chaitanya,
Krishna Chaitanya,
Prabhu Krishna,
Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri
Sri
Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya,
Chaitanya.
Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna
Hare Gora
Chaitanya,
Bhai, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Nityananda Gauranga, Gauranga,
Hare Rama,
Nityananda,
Rama Rama,
Nityananda,
Hare
Gauranga, Gauranga, Nityananda, Gauranga, Gauranga, Nityananda, 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 Gauranga,
Divided
Nityananda,
Kuranga, Kuranga,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Nityananda, Nityananda, Gauranga,
Kuranga,
Nityananda, Nityananda, Gauranga, Nityananda, Gauranga, Nityananda, Nityananda, Gauranga,
Kuranga, Kuranga,
Nityananda, Nityananda,
Nityananda, Kuranga, Kuranga,
Hare
Jananda,
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare
Hare
Rama,
Rama, Rama, Rama, Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna, Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama, Rama,
Rama,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
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 Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Hare, Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Rama, Hare Rama,
Rama
Rama,
Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna,
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 Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare
Rama,
Ram,
Hare
Rama
Rama,
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 Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare, Hare Rama,
Hare Rama, Rama
Rama,
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 Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Krishna
Krishna, Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hari Rama Hari Rama
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 Hare
Hari
Hare
Hari Hari
Krishna
Krishna Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
Hari
Hare
Hari Hari
Rama
Rama Hari
Rama
Rama Rama Rama
Rama
Hari Hari
Rama
Hari Krishna Hare Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Hari
Hare
Rama Hari
Rama
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 Rama Rama Hari
Rama
Hari Hari Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Rama Hari
Hare
Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama
Krishna Hare Hare Hare
Rama
Rama.
Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna
Hare
Hare
Rama,
Krishna
Hare Rama, Rama
Krishna
Rama.
Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari
Rama Rama Hare
Rama
Hare Hare
Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hari Hari
Hare
Hari
Hare
Rama
Rama
Rama Rama
Rama
Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hari
Krishna
Hari
Hare
Hari Rama
Hare
Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare
Krishna
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 Krishna Krishna Hari
Hare
Hari Hari Rama Hari
Hare
Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Hari Hari
Hare
Hari Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari Hari Hari
Krishna
Rama
Hare Hare
Rama
Rama.
Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare
Rama Hare
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna
Krishna.
Krishna Hari
Hare
Hari Hari
Hare
Rama
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 Hare
Hari
Hare
Hari Hari Krishna Hare Krishna
Rama Hare Hare Krishna.
Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Hari
Ram
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Hare Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Rama,
Krishna Hari Hari
Hare
Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna
Ram Hare
Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama Rama
Rama,
Rama
Rama,
Hari
Hare
Hari Hari
Hare,
Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hari
Krishna,
Hari
Hare
Hari
Hare, Rama, Hare Rama,
Rama Rama
Rama,
Hari
Rama,
Hari
Hare
Hari
Hare,
Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Hari
Krishna,
Hari
Hare
Hari
Hare,
Rama
Rama, Hare Rama,
Rama
Rama,
Hari
Rama,
Hari Hari
Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Hari
Hare
Hari Hari
Hare,
Rama
Rama,
Rama
Hare Rama,
Rama
Rama,
Hari
Rama,
Hari Hari
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hari Hari Hari
Hare
Rama Hari
Rama, Hare Rama,
Rama Rama
Krishna,
Hari Hari Hari
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Hari
Hare
Hari
Hare, Hare Rama,
Rama
Rama,
Rama
Rama,
Hari Hari
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Hari
Ram
Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna, Krishna,
Hari Hari Rama Rama
Rama,
Hari
Rama,
Hari
Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Hari
Hare
Hari
Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Rama Rama
Rama,
Hari
Rama,
Hari Hari
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Rama Rama
Rama,
Hari
Rama,
Hari
Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Hari
Krishna,
Hari
Hare
Hari
Hare,
Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna
Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare,
Rama 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 Hari
Rama,
Hari
Rama,
Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Ram
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 Hare
Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare Ram Hare Ram
Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare Hare Ram Hare
Rama Rama
Ram
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Hare Ram Hare
Rama
Ram
Rama
Ram Hare
Hare Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare, Rama Rama, Rama
Krishna,
Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Rama,
Hare Ram
Rama
Ram
Rama Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare 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 Ram
Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Ram Hare
Rama
Ram
Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram
Hare.
Jai Shri Guru.
Ah, ah. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare Hare Ram
Rama
Ram
Rama
Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare, Krishna, Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare Ram
Jai Shri
Ram
Guru.
Ram Hare
Nityananda, Nityananda, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri
Shri
Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya,
Chaitanya
Shri Krishna
Shri Krishna
Chaitanya,
Chaitanya
Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Nityananda,
Shri Krishna
Nityananda, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri
Chaitanya
Krishna
Shri
Chaitanya,
Krishna Chaitanya
Nityananda, Nityananda, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya,
Chaitanya
Nityananda, Nityananda, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Nityananda, Nityananda, Shri Krishna
Shri
Chaitanya,
Krishna
Shri
Chaitanya
Krishna Chaitanya, Shri
Shri
Krishna Chaitanya,
Krishna Chaitanya
Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri
Chaitanya
Krishna
Krishna
Shri
Chaitanya,
Krishna
Shri Krishna
Chaitanya, Shri
Chaitanya,
Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya, Shri
Chaitanya,
Krishna Chaitanya,
Chaitanya.
Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri
Shri
Krishna
Krishna Chaitanya,
Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya,
Shri
Nityananda
Krishna Chaitanya,
Nityananda Krishna Chaitanya,
Shri Krishna
Shri
Chaitanya,
Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya,
Shri Krishna
Shri
Chaitanya.
Krishna Chaitanya, Shri 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 Krishna Chaitanya, Shri
Shri
Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya,
Chaitanya, Shri
Shri
Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya,
Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri
Shri
Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya,
Chaitanya,
Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya,
Shri
Shri
Krishna.
Krishna Chaitanya, Krishna Chaitanya, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
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 Ram,
Hare
Hare
Ram
Ram.
Hare Ram
Rama Rama
Ram
Hare
Ram.
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Rama
Ram
Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Rama
Ram
Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare
Krishna
Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama Rama
Ram
Rama Hare
Ram
Hare
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 Krishna
Krishna
Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare
Rama Hare Rama Rama
Ram
Rama Hare
Ram
Hare
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 Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Hare
Rama
Ram
Rama Rama
Ram
Rama Hare
Ram
Hare
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 Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
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 Hare Ram
Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
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 Hare Ram
Rama
Ram
Rama
Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare
Ram
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare
Rama
Hare
Rama
Ram
Rama
Ram
Rama Hare
Ram
Hare
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 Krishna Hare
Krishna
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 Hare
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 Hare Ram
Rama
Hare
Rama
Ram
Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
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 Rama
Ram
Hare
Hare
Rama Rama
Ram Ram
Rama
Ram
Hare Hare
Hare
Hare Krishna Hare
Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare
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 Ram
Krishna Krishna Hare
Hare
Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Hare
Rama
Ram
Hare Rama Rama Rama
Rama
Hare
Rama
Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Rama
Hare
Rama
Ram
Rama Rama Hare
Rama
Hare Hare
Rama
Krishna Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama
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 Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna
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 Hare Ram Hare Rama
Krishna
Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare Ram Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Rama
Rama
Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare, Rama Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna
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 Hare
Krishna
Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Rama
Hare
Rama
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Rama
Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Rama
Rama Rama,
Rama
Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare
Krishna
Hare
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 Hare,
Rama
Hare Rama, Hare
Rama
Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Krishna
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Krishna Krishna Krishna,
Hare Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Hare Hare
Hare
Rama
Hare,
Hare Rama
Hare Rama, Hare
Rama
Rama,
Rama Hare Hare
Rama Rama, Hare
Krishna
Hare, Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna,
Hare Rama
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Rama Rama Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Hare
Hare
Rama
Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare Rama Rama
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Rama
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare
Rama Hare
Rama,
Rama
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 Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Rama
Hare, Hare Ram, Hare
Rama
Rama,
Rama Hare
Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Rama
Krishna,
Rama
Hare
Rama
Hare.
Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Krishna,
Rama
Krishna, Hare
Rama
Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Hare
Rama,
Krishna
Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna,
Rama
Krishna,
Rama
Hare
Hare Hare Krishna
Hare.
Krishna Hare Rama 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 Hare
Rama,
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Rama
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Rama
Hare, Hare
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Rama
Rama, Hare Rama,
Rama
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 Rama, Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Krishna Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Rama
Hare, Hare
Rama
Rama, Hare
Rama
Rama,
Hare
Rama
Krishna
Rama, Hare Hare,
Krishna Krishna
Nityananda,
Hare Hare
Nityananda,
Rama Rama
Shri
Rama
Krishna Chaitanya,
Hare
Shri
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya,
Krishna Krishna Hare
Nityananda, Nityananda, Shri Krishna
Hare
Chaitanya, Shri
Krishna Hare
Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Chaitanya,
Krishna Hare
Nityananda,
Hare
Nityananda,
Rama 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 Hare
Shri
Hare
Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda,
Krishna Hare
Shri
Hare Rama
Advaita, Gadadhar,
Hare Krishna
Srivasadi, Gaura Bhaktivinoda,
Hare Hare
Shri
Rama Hare
Krishna
Rama Rama
Chaitanya,
Hare Krishna
Prabhu
Hare Krishna
Nityananda, Sri Advaita, Sri
Rama
Advaita,
Rama
Gadadhar,
Hare Krishna Krishna
Srivasadi, Gaura
Hare
Bhaktivinoda, Shri
Rama Hare Rama
Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Sri Advaita, Gadadhar, Srivasadi, Gaura Bhaktivinoda, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Sri 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 Krishna Chaitanya. Shri Krishna Chaitanya, 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 Jai Srila Prabhupada, Jai Srila Prabhupada. Jai Srila Prabhupada, 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 Jesus, 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 Jesus. Jesus, Srila Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada, Sri Advaita, Sri Advaita, Sri Advaita, Nityananda, Nityananda, Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Sri Krishna Chaitanya. Shri Krishna Chaitanya.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Shri Krishna Chaitanya. Shri Krishna
Ram Ram,
Chaitanya.
Hare Hare Krishna,
Shri Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya.
Hare Hare
Shri
Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Chaitanya. Shri
Ram
Krishna
Hare
Chaitanya.
Hare Krishna,
Shri Krishna Chaitanya. Shri Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya.
Chaitanya,
Shri Krishna
Krishna
Chaitanya.
Chaitanya, Sri Chaitanya.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna.
Krishna Hare Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare 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 Krishna,
Shri Krishna
Krishna Krishna,
Chaitanya,
Hare Hare Hare
Shri
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Chaitanya,
Rama Rama, Hare
Shri
Hare
Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Chaitanya, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Rama, Hare
Krishna
Rama, Rama
Krishna,
Rama,
Hare Hare, Hare
Hare Krishna,
Rama, Rama,
Krishna Hare
Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Rama, Rama
Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Krishna,
Hare.
Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare Rama, Hare
Hare
Rama,
Rama, Hare
Rama
Rama,
Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Rama,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Rama,
Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna,
Rama
Hare
Rama, Hare Hare,
Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Hare
Rama Rama, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Rama,
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Hare
Rama
Rama,
Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Krishna Chaitanya,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Rama
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare
Rama
Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Srila
Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya, Jaya Nityananda, Jaya Sri Advaita Chandra, Jaya Gaur Bhaktavinda,
Jaya
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 Jaya. Oh,
Chaitanya
good.
Jaya
Nityananda,
Nityananda,
Jaya Shri
Jaya
Advaita
Sri
Chandra,
Chaitanya Chandra,
Jaya
Jaya
Gaura
Gaura
Bhakta
Bhakta Vrinda.
Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya, Jaya Nityananda, Jaya Sri Advaita Chandra, Jaya Gaur Bhaktavinda.
Jaya
Jaya
Jaya Chaitanya Jaya
Chaitanya Jaya
Nityananda,
Nityananda,
Jaya
Jaya
Advaita
Jaya
Chandra,
Chandra,
Jaya
Jaya Gaura
Bhakta
Bhakta Vrinda.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare, Hare
Hare
Rama,
Rama,
Hare
Hare
Rama,
Rama,
Rama
Rama Rama.
Rama, Hare Hare.
Yeah. All right. Chaitanya Charitamrita, Chaitanya Bhagavat, Chapter 5, Adi Madhya Lila. And text one. All glories to Chaitanya Chandra, who is non-different from. How do I do this here? Yeah. All glories to Lord Chaitanya Chandra, who is non-different from Lord Murari, who is the new lamp, who is the new lamp of Navadweep, who, like an unparalleled lion, in subduing the elephant-like atheists, and who holds a string for counting his own names, Hare Krishna, which he chants. All glories to Lord Vishwambara, the life and soul of all. All glories to the Lord Nityananda and Gadadhar. All glories to Vishwambara, the life and soul of all. All glories to the Lord Nityananda and Gadadhar. All glories to the Lord, who is controlled by his devotees, headed by Advaita. All glories to the Lord, who is controlled by his devotees, headed by Advaita. Lord, please distribute your devotional service. Lord, please distribute your devotional service and deliver the fallen souls. Oh Lord, please deliver your devotional service. Please distribute your devotional service and deliver the fallen souls. Purport by Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur. Jai Bhakti Siddhanta. Please deliver the ignorant non-devotees, those who are devoid of devotional service. Please deliver. Please deliver. Please deliver the ignorant non-devotees. Those who are devoid of devotional service from their engagement in material enjoyment by warning them the propensity for serving Krishna. In accordance with the desire of Advaita, Lord Gaurasundar appeared in this world to propagate devotional service. Lord Gaurasundar appeared in this world to propagate devotional service. The Lord advented to this world to deliver the fallen souls as a service to Advaita. Therefore, since he has fulfilled the prayer of Advaita, Gaurasundar is under his control. In Chaitanya Chandramrita, it is stated, a person who does not take advantage of the nectar of devotional service, overflowing during the presence of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's cult, is certainly the poorest of the poor. Yeah, so the Lord Chaitanya's cult of pure devotional service is present again. And you can see people who don't take advantage of it, they're very poor because this is the wealth. One tear for the Lord is like you're collecting bitcoins, Better. Everybody's into Bitcoin now, bitcoins.
Ranga's been buying them for ages.
Oh yeah.
Bitcoins.
Bitcoins, yeah. Better tears for Krishna, That's the real wealth, man. Tears and laughter, and everything else. That's the devotional service of the Lord. That's just relishing It's like, it's like here it says, um, um, yeah, it says, please deliver the ignorant non-devotees, those who are devoid of devotional service, from their engagement in material enjoyment by awarding them the propensity of serving Krishna. Actually, everybody's serving Krishna, even in material enjoyment. But so, in other words, to make it more clear, is please give people the propensity to serve the transcendental form of the Lord and relish that enjoyment, because it's a pure enjoyment. It's a higher thing. It releases us from the bonds of birth and death. This other material enjoyment, too much of that, or being fully, fully engaged in that, which a lot of people are, completely absorbed in the Maya, it keeps them in this illusion, again and again and again. And people, they end up becoming really selfish. And like now, oh man, tremendous selfishness is appearing in the world, is because they're totally engaged in material enjoyments, and not just like gross, subtle, like subtle enjoyments of control and manipulation. This isn't, it's just like trying to imitate God. Yeah. So, yeah. So in Chaitanya Chandramrita, it is stated, a person who does not take advantage of the nectar of devotional service overflowing during the presence of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So it's this preaching that we're doing that makes this presence of Lord Chaitanya again experience. It's because the devotees, it's like Rupa Goswami in his poem of Vidagdha Madhava said, we must, this book, even though it may have this fault and that fault, still it carries the flavor of Krishna, the flavor of Krishna and Radha. Flavor, because he's a devotee and he's preaching, it causes the revival of that truth in this world, the pure devotional service. Otherwise, without the devotees, it becomes forgotten. This is why what happened with Krishna, it became forgotten because of lack of devotees being in this world, relishing this and preaching this, actually preaching. That's why Krishna in Bhagavad Gita said, there's no one more dear to me than a preacher. Because it accentuates the Lord being, you get like extra mercy when you're doing bhajan publicly. It's very special because you're liberating people. This is you become part of the Leela Avatar group. And you help participate in the Lord's pastimes. The pastime incarnations continually come to these planets, come into this universe, and they deliver the universe. There's a special taste in that, and so it attracts even the Lord to come here to relish these pastimes publicly. And the more publicly, ultimately the better, because so many people are delivered, and that makes the devotees very happy. It increases the devotional family. We can feel it right here. Look how much more happy we are now that people are coming. Isn't it amazing? People are coming and they're getting purified, and we're feeling the happiness of having a spiritual family. I'm amazed myself. I thought I was going to be alone. The way I was going and looking at people not liking this kind of chanting, and relishing pure devotional intimacy with God, and then people being so against it, and so because of contamination. But look now, you're just, yeah. So when Prabhupada came and gave the order, it was wonderful. He was really, oh yeah, man, this is the way to go. Share this with people. See, otherwise people are poor and they don't know it. They think they're rich with money, like these persons like Bill Gates and all this, with all these billions, George Soros, they have all these billions, but they're the poorest of the poor. See, without this, and so then they're just bored. There's never enough money. See, never enough money, never enough profit, never enough control. See, that's why the whole world is going like this, because of lack of taste for this, this service to the Lord. Actually, basically what we're doing is pleasuring the transcendental senses of the Lord and finding our real happiness is in that. See, that's enlightenment. Otherwise, people are not enlightened. If you just only engage in sense enjoyment and relish the material senses, you become dulled. You become in more and more darkness. Your consciousness, the light goes out more and more. See, this is why the Lord comes here to deliver the souls, because otherwise people are in such darkness, we cannot even help ourselves. That's why devotional service starts in an unconscious level. The Lord's mercy comes here and we brush against devotees. We don't know who they are. Just like now, here we're preaching this very deep level of Krishna consciousness, and most people, they brush across us and they don't understand and they don't know or they don't believe. But still, even unconsciously chanting the holy name, hearing the holy names from the devotees who relish this chanting has tremendous effect on the consciousness of the people of the world. Okay? So, and that's how it starts. And then we become more and more conscious, start to wake up more and more. Yeah. Until to the point where we're in sadhu sangha now. And then we start to manifest what we read about in the books. We start to, relish engaging in this service and talks about Krishna and glorifying the absolute eternal truth instead of glorifying the illusion. Isn't that what people are doing in the world? They glorify and talk about illusion, about their wives, their children, their wealth, their control, their technology and technocracy. All this stuff is glorifying the illusion, and this what perpetuates it. Okay? So we glorify devotional service, and it gets more clear. In this way, all the devotees became overwhelmed while discussing topics of Krishna in association with Nityananda. See, this is the idea. There's so many representatives of Nityananda here now. When ecstatic devotion begins to awaken in your heart, you become like an arm of the Lord, just like Nityananda was. He did all, and so this sadhu sangha is Srimad Bhagavatam is greatly pleasing to hear in a society of devotees. Okay? Isn't it nice to talk about Krishna in a society of devotees? The happiness of that. Okay, and this is our ticket out of here. That's why if people will do a 30-day challenge or a 15-day challenge and listen, it's possible they may become deeply attracted to the transcendental nature of the Lord by the mercy of devotees who are now associates of the Lord because of their attraction. Okay? There's really no other practical way out of this, is that we have to be around devotees who have real devotion to the transcendental form of the Lord. Okay? This is a practical method. And then just because of being an associate, even though you don't have any wealth, you start to become increasingly more wealthy with this bhakti. This is real wealth. Attraction to the Lord is real wealth. Attraction to his name is real wealth. Otherwise we're penniless and poor, even with all this material money. And all we get is prestige given to us by fools and rascals. And it's kind of like I saw this movie, and it was really interesting because the devil was like in charge, like he's like basically in charge of the material Maya. And so anyway, this guy comes into the realm of hell, and so anyway, he's in there, and he's at a party, and everybody goes, they all turn their head, and there he is, he's so great, oh, and they all clap and everything, and the guy is going like, wow, I'm so important, and this is hell. See, the guy he's in hell, and he's getting all this false prestige. The guy's a nothing, a nobody, but everybody's turning their heads and thinking, oh, he's so great. Wow, they're clapping and praising him and everything. See, that's what's happening in this world. The people here they're penniless, they're poor, and these fools in this hellish place. Well, it's getting that way now more. They're praising these persons that are poor of the poor. They got all this earth, transformation of earth, like gold and silvers and money and wealth, and oh, he's so great. Oh. This is illusion. This is the devil or Maya. The whole world is doing that. It's all built on false prestige, and the bottom falls out. See, it's only the truth that will set people free. Otherwise, and the same thing in religion and these gurus and everything. Oh, he's so deliver me. You're the man, and they're poor. If you don't have love of God, you're still poor. If you're not engaged in pure devotional service, you're still poor. You don't have any wealth. Yeah, this is why please deliver the devotees please deliver the people of the world with pure devotional service, distributing pure devotional service, which he did, and which is revived again. Look, you guys are engaging in pure devotional practices. The Lord is spontaneously awakening in your heart. This is called spontaneous devotional service. It's so fantastic and so wonderful, nobody can believe it yet. But they will, because it's the only real truth in this world. Everything is false prestige. It's just a bunch of illusions. Oh, Gurudev, save me. And the guy's got no wealth. He's penniless. If you don't have love of God awakening your heart, you're pauper. You're poor. What are you going to do for people? You can't take them out of the universe. It's only in the empowered devotee engaged in that this pure devotional service has been distributed to them. Okay? So Vaidhi Bhakti, is a step, but you're still not delivered, and you're still poor. Rich, real wealth is pure devotional service, and it's a gift coming from the devotees who distribute the real cult of pure devotional service. They really distribute Lord Chaitanya. Intimacy with Lord Chaitanya is life. Intimacy with God is life. That's being saved. Now you're connected to the sun again. You're a ray. Okay? Now that's simultaneously you're eternally a ray of that bright sun, and getting brighter all the time by devotional engagement. Okay? Brighter every time, chanting the holy name, engaging in the Sankirtan movement, saving the world with the truth and setting people free. Those who become attracted to the chit potency, the knowledge of the absolute truth, are very fortunate. But they got to hear it, right? Otherwise, you're hearing from penniless paupers, and that includes in religion. You got to hear the truth and be set free. Okay? The conclusive truth, as it is, from the mouths of real devotees who carry the flavor of the absolute truth, the chit understanding, this potency, and the ananda. See, they carry the true flavor of God. Okay, as the true, they're like the clouds coming, the clouds of devotion in this world, and otherwise everything is just dark. Darkness. This is the only light in the world. Conclusive truth and ecstatic worship. relish. What else is there in the world that's of any real value? So, yeah.
Yeah, well, you can have lots of money and you can be materially very rich, but how do you experience it? How happy does it really make you? This is something else. I've always heard you're happy inside, happiness is inside, but
Yeah.
it's really more than some happiness inside. It's just God who is alive in you. Uh, really happy.
Yeah. 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 God is alive inside. That's our true companion.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. See, and that stays with us. You notice those who are getting this awakening, it's staying with us, not going away. Like everybody else and everything else goes away. As long as we live, this Lord will stay with us. And then when we die, this same Lord will stay with us. It's this, this where else what else can do that? Everything else leaves us. The money, the wealth, the children, the dogs, the cats. But this spirit of the Lord stays with us forever, gives us that eternal companionship. That's self-realization. Self-realization Self-realization is simply that. Is realizing God is within us and living in us. See, the kingdom of God is within and at hand. The kingdom of God is a relationship with God inside our temple. See, now instead of the temple, you ever went to temples that felt empty? You didn't feel there was God in there. That happens. It's like an empty shell. Well, that's our bodies. It's an empty shell without the Lord living in our temple. See? And that engagement in pure devotional service, it's pure. It's the only thing. The only thing that's pure is actually the Lord. And when he lives in us, that's why we can't glory in ourselves. You want to see a real self-realized person, true humility is they say, hey man, it's the Lord that's pure. Myself, I engage in this and this in this world, but it's the Lord that purifies me. He's the one who's living in there. I mean, I can't glory in myself. I have this tendency, just being, I'm in this world and sometimes I'm attracted to stuff that pollutes me. But still the Lord is still inside. This is self-realization. People are saints, even though they're not perfect in this world, simply because the Lord is choosing to live inside them, and the Lord is saying, "Oh, I'll clean you up. Oh, yeah, you still want a little this and a little that, no problem." And then he comes and cleans us up. We need that, man. That's otherwise people are trying to say, well, you want God to live inside you, that prema, that pure Lord. Oh, well, you got to be perfect first. So you struggle really hard to do anartana vritti, man. You renounce this. No. And you walk around like a friggin' ghost and repressed and depressed. That's the hard way. Take sannyas, and you still got the spirit of the Lord ain't in you. And the Lord said, hey man, he said it in the Bible and he said it again in the Vedas. He said people can't do it that way. It's too hard. So I have to help them. Let them, if they will hear from my preachers who preach what I want them to teach, and that I'm living inside them, if they will come and listen to those preachers who are preaching the real path, the mercy of the Lord, as it is available and how it's available. And if anyone will just believe what they say and come onto that path, I'll save them. I'll jump inside their temples and I'll do the work. See, that's the Gundicha temple pastime, the inner meaning of that. The Lord and the devotees, they go in the temple and they start cleaning. This is what happens when you meet a bona fide spiritual master. It initiates transcendental experiences, because then the Lord awakens inside you, and now the cleaning starts with the devotees outside and the Lord inside, and very fast everything goes. You notice? Very fast. Yeah. And that's the real secret, man. That's called the mercy of the true Vaishnavas. That mercy is here again. That mercy is being preached. That mercy is being emphasized. You notice that? Prabhupada said in the purport in Chaitanya Charitamrita, he said, as he was writing this and reading these verses and writing this down, he says, oh, I see. The mercy of the Lord and the Vaishnavas is being emphasized here. That's why we use this book. That's why Prabhupada told me to teach Chaitanya Leela teachings. See? Because the mercy of the Lord and his devotees is emphasized. And you notice we emphasize that too. And those, if you just take advantage of that, then you can get this. You can get this distribution of the Lord in your heart. He'll awaken in your heart and do a lot of cleaning that no one can do, that you can't do, that your big gurus can't do, that are not also have this spirit of the Lord in them. That spirit of the Lord brings everything together. See, it brings the Father and the Son together. It's the intercessor. Okay? That intercessor awakens in the heart. That's what the Christians call the Holy Spirit, and what the Vaishnavas call pure devotional service, pure love of God. See, that intercessor there brings us together. See, the sons and daughters, whatever you want to call them, servants, intimate associates together with the true Lord. It bonds us like glue. See, otherwise, what's in between us and the Lord in this world are the modes of nature. And what does this do? It bonds us to his dark shadow. This love for the world. See? We need the love of God in us, the love of the transcendental form of the Lord. People don't know these subjects. They don't know how to connect to the transcendental nature of the Supreme Lord, like by chanting and hearing, by sadhu sangha, see? And becoming overwhelmed with bliss and ecstasy. They don't know that. See? They have the modes of nature in them, and it binds them to this illusion. So this is preaching. We just, people are doing their activities, and we're doing our activities right here and we do this right on Facebook. After a while, people might wonder, why are these guys here 4 or 5 hours a day? Talking about Krishna. At least maybe the Vaishnavas will start to think, because doing Vaidhi Bhakti, maybe get them to a point where they start wondering, like, hey, man, I think I also want to, get a piece of that action. Yeah. Okay.
Can I
So,
say?
Yeah, go ahead.
Today it's a day of the ignorant children, they call in Holland here.
Yeah.
And it coincidentally it's also the birthday of my biological father today. And you're asking about what do they really value? And some people in this time, they are exaggerating the value of the material vaccine. Yes.
Yeah.
And I feel if we really look, there are only a few people who think like that. So we are already very there are not many people who exaggerate that vaccine. Some people they go into that flow of the mass media, and they are programmed to value the vaccine. You have to, but there are, you can have some plans, but you
Don't say that word too much, because AI catches it, and then we'll lose the whole program here.
Okay.
We already got the idea of that word. Okay. So just don't say it again and again, otherwise the thing will go.
Okay, so what's the point? I already said, I feel. So to focus into a value that is inconclusive. Yeah, I don't know. I just made my point. I think.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. The main thing is, see them. If you don't have this, this gives true intelligence. This gives true shelter. When we're bonded with the transcendental form of God, we just automatically have knowledge of His transcendental truth, as well as a material illusion. See, and therefore you understand. You can think logically. You can actually do research, like I do some research here, and I understand. Oh, I see. What do we need this thing for? Neither 99%, 99 point plus, 9% recovery from this thing. So it's ridiculous. It's stupid. People are doing stupid things. Because they're driven by fear and panic because of lack of knowledge and lack of connection with the shelter of the transcendental form of the Lord. We're here to provide the shelter of the transcendental form of the Lord so you can begin to think straight, even about what's going on in the Maya. You could see how people are jerking people around, manipulating, controlling them. You can see that. You can see the Lord gives us the eye to see how the magician, his magic is working in the Maya and how people are being controlled by it. So, but people have to agree, to take the shelter of the devotees who can see all these things. Otherwise, they'll just be in fear and panic and do stupid things like take that thing. It's like why would you take something that's unproven and
Yeah.
and that hasn't even done animal tests? So, and again, I don't want to say the word, so just don't say the
We
word.
tune, yes. So we tune into the value of Krishna consciousness.
Yeah.
We tune in there,
Yeah.
and we value that, and that's for us. It's very clear. That's conclusive.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, if people are tuning into lesser values, lesser gods, lesser qualities, the Lord will reciprocate accordingly.
Well, you can see it's all about control. So the only way out is surrendering to the Lord's transcendental qualities in form. That's why He came here, and that's why He left them here for us in His pastimes and His qualities. And so, because Lord Chaitanya, where is He? Where is Jesus? All we have are the devotees' legacy, the devotees writing these books. And so, if you're a devotee at heart, maybe from a past life, you can pick up these books and you can make the Lord live again in the hearts of others. This is the way. It's because by mantra. It's like they say, Brahmins, they could chant these mantras and it would make things happen. Okay? Well, the devotees, they can chant the mantras of Krishna's name and pastimes and cause the Lord to live again in the hearts of others also, as well as their heart. It causes life, continual life is pure devotional service, glorifying the transcendental nature of the absolute truth, makes God live again, the bliss live again, the ecstasy, the knowledge, true knowledge, the awakening, understanding. And understanding the Lord's Maya too. That's all part of it. When Veda Vyas realized Krishna, this is in Srimad Bhagavatam, he saw two things. He saw the Supreme Lord's transcendental potency and his material potency side by side. And then there's the interesting thing that he also saw under the Lord's full control. See? So that means if you take shelter of the transcendental potency, then you're going to become free of the Maya, and you'll understand the Lord's Maya. You'll be like Veda Vyas, and you'll understand. Oh, I see. This is the Lord's Maya. Look at these people. They're acting in a less intelligent way. Okay, because they're still controlled by the Lord's Maya. I saw this all the way up into religion. When I would look at the devotees in Vaishnavism, all the way on all the sanghas, all of them, I would look at them and I say, oh, look, these priests are still, there's like an illusion under there. There's this haze, and they're still controlled by illusion. And I'm sitting there looking at this, and then they look at me and they project all their stuff on me, and it's just like, wow, that's a trip, and it's like being the fool on the hill. You're seeing all this stuff going on. And you see how the Lord's Maya is working, and no, you can't get any confirmation. Nobody practically knows. But now you guys are knowing, because you're getting, what I've had, just by, hearing this message and believing in these words, believing in this ecstasy. You're also coming out of the illusion, and you're starting to see these things. Is that true? Yeah. And you probably saw some of it before, because a lot of people coming, they have just naturally some advanced consciousness, probably from previous lives. But this is the icing on the cake. This is what persons like the David Icke guy doesn't understand. He doesn't get this. They're only up in this Brahman level somewhat, this impersonal level of energy and stuff. This is even deeper. It's more juicy.
Yeah.
I have a short question.
Go ahead.
Using a mantra, is it like tuning into to do that quality? When we use a mantra, then it's tuning into that quality. Is it?
Yeah, exactly. So if you use a material mantra, you're tuning into that dead quality of the dull matter. See, if it's a material name. That's why we're chanting the names of persons, actual persons that were on a planet that were filled with ecstatic bliss, the highest level of realization. Okay? So actually, there was one devotee she asked me, and it was a good question or comment. She said, "Well, why do you just why not chant Shiva's name? Why not chant Durga's name, or chant the different names of?" And I said, well, this is kind of like people can chant their cherished deity's name, and they're filled with certain qualities, like Krishna has qualities that are expressed. It's the same God, Jesus Christ, Shiva, same God, Lord Ram. It's the same God, but each manifestation has a different revelation. Okay? The Lord Krishna came and revealed a deep revelation, but actually didn't reveal it so clearly. Lord Chaitanya came and revealed it more clearly. See, that's why he's the supreme form to take shelter of first, because he reveals the true nature of Krishna, because Krishna didn't fully reveal it. He kept it in Vrindavan, right? But Lord Chaitanya manifested in Kali Yuga to reveal that form even more, because it was hidden in Vrindavan and sealed. Nobody understood Radha and Krishna worship and what was going on there. It was kind of sealed. Only a few people got to see, like Uddhava and some others. But Lord Chaitanya broke the seal. You see, Chaitanya Charitamrita says he broke the seal. We're also breaking, you notice, we're breaking the seal again, because it becomes sealed up again when there's not devotees preaching these things that Lord Chaitanya preached. We're preaching what he preached. I'm not holding it back and saying, well, here's the book, but I'm sorry, that's postgraduate. We'll just put it on the shelf there. And you just, no, you just build temples, work, and follow rules. And that book, well, it's postgraduate, man. We'll just kick it up there. See, that's what's been done. No, we took the book off the shelf. Here we go. Let's go, man. You ready? Yeah. See, now we make the Lord live again.
Yeah.
You know, in these pastimes, these truths begin to live again in our hearts. And that's why you see everybody here that's going deep. They say, we're in the pastimes of the Lord again. Well, that's right. That's why Prabhupada was very happy when I started to share this. It's like, yeah, get it out, man. It's time. Books are out. Spend all that time writing. Go out there, preach them. Preach the deep conceptions and liberate people. Get them to experience love of God, and it's working.
Yeah. we are manifesting, I wrote down, we are manifesting the quality of Raganuga Bhakti. That's our movement. We are manifesting the quality Raganuga Bhakti.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. We're actually manifesting the quality of spontaneous devotional service.
Yeah, that's Raganuga Bhakti. It's the same.
Well, no.
No.
It's a sense. Raganuga Bhakti means you come in contact with the devotees. More of a process is how I see it. So Raganuga Bhakti means you see a devotee who is exposing their relationship with Krishna, and you see how they're worshiping Krishna is very different than any other devotees, even other spontaneous devotees. It's like their relationship is different than anything. It's very unique. And you think, boy, I sure would like to worship like that. And you come into their association. That's Raganuga Bhakti. But you may not have any spontaneous devotional service yet. It's not awakened, but you have the desire for it. See, it's all about increasing that desire, and that happens by association. See, without that association, your desire won't increase. See, so that's Raganuga Bhakti. It's like a process. It's a path. So then you come into that, yeah. And by that association, then the awakening comes. See, now spontaneous devotion begins to awaken. And you start to learn about that internally and also from the Shastras. Go ahead there, Lalita.
Yeah, I wanted to say, yeah, the 28th. My brother's birthday was yesterday, and my mother was always afraid that he would be born on the 28th. But I was the simple one of the family, and I was the eldest, and I was the try rabbit. They tried everything with me, and then when it didn't work, the other ones could have it more easy. So they put me in the higher level in school, Latin and Greek, etc. I always struggled in school. I couldn't follow. I had always the in my mind that I was stupid and not worth of doing anything. Still, but when I'm preaching, I consider myself not myself as a high thinker, but while I'm preaching, Krishna is transforming me into a high thinker. This intelligence comes in us, not in a material way, not like the brain is not strong enough. Some kids, well, I was a kid like that. They are not strong enough to follow, and they are the less intelligent and yeah, but now I don't have a problem with this. Although, yeah, for language it's still I'm struggling. But when I'm preaching, I really feel completely have self confidence like anything.
Mm-hmm.
Because Krishna talks, he explains everything.
Yeah. It's you become, it's like you understand what liberated souls understand. Jesus said, of myself I do nothing. I cannot do of myself, I cannot do anything. And that's how it works. Now the Spirit works through you. That Spirit is the Lord. And it gives you, leads us into the truth and preaching. It empowers. Then you understand what Jesus, this is what Nicodemus, he goes to Jesus and Jesus is preaching. See, he's also filled with the Spirit, and the Spirit is preaching through him, as through him and as him. And that's how it is, simultaneous oneness and difference between the devotee and God. So that's how we're close in touch with God, is through the devotee. And so Nicodemus said, wow, I never heard anybody speak like that, because people don't speak because of the pure spirit living in them. They don't, it's not the Father speaking through them and as them. See, but this is what the Lord wants to engage us like that, and that's being liberated forever. This is our eternal relationship. This is what all this is the game plan of God, is to liberate people from this illusion, which is terrible. Look at what's coming down now. I mean, as I investigate, oh my God, you don't know what's on tap for the world. It's horrible. I don't even want to speak about it. It's so bad. It is so bad. There's never been a time. It's even predicted. It is so bad. People will they wish for death. See? But anyway, it's part of the will of the Lord. And this is like to drive people. Come on, let go of the friggin' Maya, man. Because it's horrible. It just drives you into more and more the pit, the darkness. And here, that's why we're here. It's opportunity. You see, every day, sadhu sangha. Come on, save yourself from what's coming. This is a real thing now. People are in such darkness and doing such dastardly stuff with this technology. This is this technology thing. They're intoxicated with it. They want to do, they're enamored with it, more and more technology, and they want to do these things, mapping out the brains of people. They've already mapped, this is what they're doing. It's going to be like the Matrix. You remember see the Matrix? There's all these people, they're walking around, but they're all just been mapped out, and they're just sitting as batteries and not doing anything, but everybody appears to be in there. It's all brain stuff. They're just doing it by their brain. And they've done this. They've perfected this technology. And that's why everything is going the way it is. It's heading towards this game plan. See? So, what is our way out? What way out do we have but back to the Lord, back into the arms of the Lord? We really don't have any other alternative.
No.
I mean, if you want to live on this planet, let's go back to the Lord. Then whatever that's done with the body, what are you going to do? Body and the mind. They can do whatever it is. We live above the mind, above the body. See, in the transcendental realm. I mean, already devotees here are living in this state. This state of consciousness. The spirit is beyond all of that stuff. It's the soul to soul. The soul is not affected by that. Gee, we got to get into that space. Otherwise, it's a horror, oh my God. I was listening to some of that this morning. It was like, holy shit, man. And they're intoxicated. You should hear these guys, the way they talk about it. They're totally infatuated with this level of control and manipulation. They want to turn us into a hive mind, everything is controlled by quantum computer AI. Just like it's already starting. It's already starting on the internet. They're using all this data and information to map out our minds. Everything you do on Facebook and Google and all that is being mapped out. It's all being fed into this quantum computer. There's a game plan for this by this Maya. So anyway, we're here. We're doing this. This is really wonderful too. I mean, just want to be carefree. You want to be, we got these people coming here at this property, and they were so paranoid about social. They said made sure we want a social distance, so don't get anybody close to us. And we're really taking this COVID seriously, and all of this. And so these people coming, and they've got all these, this is where many people are at. They're locked into this fear and being controlled by lies and trickery, and all this stuff is coming down now. So anyway, and the beauty of what's even in the midst of, this is where the test is, because all this stuff that we've been doing, look at this. A lot of us we're kind of It's like, okay, yeah, it's happening. So what? Here, let me just chant Hare Krishna. Let me just connect with my Lord, and He'll protect us. Isn't that a nice way to live?
And
My
it
God,
works.
and it works. Yeah, let them do what they. I mean, you think like real liberated devotees. That's proof. That's the test. If you're not thinking, see, Maharaj Pariksha has 7 days to live, and he's sitting there listening to Bhagavatam, and at the 7th day, he was fearless because he was attracted now, and he was relishing that intimacy that he got from being with Maharaj Shukadev Goswami. And he said, let that snake bird or whatever magical thing bite me. Who cares? And it did. It went and bit his body, it burned up, and he was fine. He just went back to Godhead. That's our position now. Yeah, let all this AI shit, go ahead and do whatever you want. But, let us keep chanting the glories of the Lord, engaging as long as we can. Right? I'm feeling like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's also important to distinguish if it's an upgrade or a downgrade, and then tuning in. Are you tuning in to the upgrade, or are you tuning in to the downgrade?
Yeah.
Is your consciousness, do you tune in your consciousness to the upgrade or the downgrade?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and well, that's what we get here. Let's see, what is this here?
Here we are tuning into the upgrade.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. See, you learn to distinguish what is the upgrade from the downgrade. See, this is the people don't know. This is when Jesus said, I'm the true vine. See? So, in other words, there's all these other vines here that are people connecting to, but it's all material. See? It's all like Jesus or Krishna said, all paths lie upon me like pearls on a string. Okay, so all these paths are designed by the Lord because people are not everybody can take to what we're doing here. So all these different paths are going on. But this is the ultimate path, is the association. See, this is the essence of the essence. This is the door, is the association of the Lord's, of the devotees preaching the glories of the Lord's transcendental attributes and qualities which are above the modes of nature. See, we glorify what is above the modes of nature. We speak about it. We chant these mantras, and our consciousness attunes to that level above the modes of nature. This brings us there. These names are not material. They're spiritual and proof. The only way you'll get proof of that is you hear the devotees chant those names, and it attunes them to what is beyond the material universe, beyond the celestial, everything. Ecstatic devotion is beyond all of that. It's beyond even liberation. That's why you see devotees engaged in pure devotional relation with Krishna, with God, like that. You see, it's even distinguished from liberation. Liberated. You can see these liberated devotees on whether I don't know if it's they say or whether they're talking about it, but how liberated they are is questionable. Yeah, this gives you a genuine experience of what is beyond liberation, even here in this body. This is why the Lord comes, starts these things, starts this thing going, and then he leaves it in the hands of his genuine devotees to continue it. We make the Lord live again by this preaching. Okay? And you could feel it. We're back in the pastimes of Lord Chaitanya because we're part of that. If the devotees stop preaching, this starts manifesting, and then that's what happened the last, say, about 300 years after, Vishwanath Chakravarti. Don went 2 or 3, about 200 years, probably 250 years, kind of dormant. You didn't see much of this going on. Okay, and then Bhakti Vinod started to revive it, bring it out of the water, of illusion. Yeah. So anyway, we're at this point now. Okay, this is This is amazing, actually, what's going on here.
Speaking about miracles.
Yeah.
Yeah. Walking on the water is not needed to convince us. We got prima right away. You don't have to walk on the water first.
Yeah, it's like Jesus walked on the water. Still, Peter didn't fully believe. See, until they got the Spirit. See, when the Spirit came, then you know, just like Jesus knew. Jesus said, "When the Spirit comes, then you'll be my witnesses." See, witnessing what? It's you witness for the truth, the eternal truth. It's like now, when the Spirit comes for us here in this line, oh yeah, we'll witness for Lord Chaitanya and Radha and Krishna. We'll witness for that truth because they're living in us. It's alive. You see, and others can't know this. Even on the level of Vaishnava religion, if you're on that level, you can't know what we know. See, we know who we worship, like Jesus said. We know who we worship. We're experiencing this relationship. See, if you don't have a transcendental relationship with Lord Chaitanya and Radha and Krishna, you don't know who you're worshiping, right? It's about relationship. Yeah. And it's the transcendental one. If you have that relationship, you'll have transcendental symptoms. Sometimes you'll laugh, cry, choke up, just like those who in Vrindavan who had that relationship. It's very intense, very wonderful, very, ecstatic, very uncommon, different than any worship anywhere, even in Vaikuntha. Even in the Vaikuntha, you don't see symptoms like in Vrindavan, and you don't see like symptoms in Vaikuntha that are here in our Sangha. Can you imagine? In the liberated place of Vaikuntha, you don't see what is going on here. Can you imagine? No, you can't imagine. This is why people can't believe it yet, but they will. You'll see how much the miracles of the Lord are going to work here. Yeah, why not? It's so truthful here. It's so ecstatic here. It's so uncommon here. Why shouldn't it take root in a big way?
Of course.
Why not?
If we got it, why not others?
Yeah. Why? This is a supreme happiness. You show, I don't care who you are as a devotee, you show us any happiness greater than you see going on in this Sangha with many of the devotees. You show me. I want to see it. I want to see you, any big guru out there with a happiness that you can see in the devotees here in this Sangha, in their worship. I want to see it, don't you? And we probably won't until they come here and they get this happiness. It's extraordinary what's going on here. Yeah. That's how it is. That's its style. It's extraordinaire. Yeah. Yeah, when you hear the devotees who are starting to get the mercy and how they testify, they have something to say, man, what God is doing in their lives, what Krishna is doing with them, their relationship, how he's making things wonderful and easy for them. Effortless almost. Yeah, even some of these Prabhupada disciples, like this Kamalakanta here, he was saying yesterday, well, it's hard work. And I said, what are you talking about? He said, yeah, what you're doing is really hard work. I can't see how you're doing it. He said, it's not hard work for me. It's effortless. It's because the Lord's doing it, man. I'm just his instrument. What is it? It's the same thing with Prabhupada. He even said, well, Krishna is just doing so many things now. It's becoming like that here. You notice? Just doing stuff, man.
The words undisturbed and unconcerned, they are applicable here, I feel. Undisturbed, unconcerned.
Yeah. Why should we be concerned? It's, Krishna he's saying, and hey man, why should you be concerned? Just happily chant Krishna's name, and he'll take care of the atheists. Just like Vrindavan, you know. Yeah, we're just going to happily chant. I mean, what else can we actually do, really? You know, something's going on there. You know, the Lord's Maya, and it's just like the Battle of Kurukshetra. It looked like the Pandavas would never win. How can you win? Even Krishna gave his armies over to Duryodhana. He gave all the opulences to them, and Arjuna and the Pandavas said, "No, we just take you. Whether we live or die, it doesn't matter. We're going to still take you." That's love. Okay, so whether we live and die, we'll take Krishna. You know. And whatever little we have, but we have Krishna. That's the biggest thing. And so we see what happens. Live or die, but we got Krishna. We'll just stay with him. Yeah. See, another opportunity for a battle of Kurukshetra.
Freddy asked what are the ecstatic symptoms for Vaikuntha devotees?
The what now? What?
What are the ecstatic symptoms for Vaikuntha devotees?
Oh, that's a great question.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, they describe it a little bit. I mean, we can't know exactly unless we hear it from these devotees like Sanatana Goswami, who described it a little bit. He said there's actually a prema there in Vaikuntha also. But it might be a prema with this great awe and reverence. It's kind of like, you know, see Christians, they have this Holy Spirit, and they like seeing, actually, you can see it more in the Christians. They worship God and in a kind of an opulent way, and there's a Holy Spirit there too. Okay? But it's different than this intimate relish of the forms of Krishna and Vrindavan. There's an intimacy, a special intimacy and sweetness, and that is the kind of a certain kind of prema. Not all Vaikuntha devotees have this prema per se. High prema. They have a prema that's, appropriate for their worship. But it's not like the prema of Vrindavan, and that's, you know, so. But I don't know any much more than that. That's all I read about it. You know, it wasn't really clear. And that's all we can know is what is revealed in the scriptures, because we're here in this world here, you know, and worshiping God as we worship. You know. And you know, so I know myself, I'm not so, I'm a little, I like to see the Lord, my Lord, you know, in all his different ways of being. But I prefer, you know, it's like there's nothing like the intensity and ecstasy of Vrindavan, you know, and Mayapur, you know, it's so amazing, so intimate, so, you know, so intimate, you know, so wonderful to have that relationship with the Lord in that closeness. See? So, yeah, and so, you know, anyway, but devotees, yeah. Go ahead there.
Well, because you you show my face. No, I need to say something.
I got my own kind of code.
You saw me thinking. I also saw
okay.
Christians, ecstatic Christians, especially black persons, and especially women who were falling on the ground and Jesus, and then they fall. And I feel it's ecstasy. I always thought that this was history, but they are ecstatic.
Yeah. It's an ecstasy. It's an ecstasy, and how intimate is it? I don't know. You know, it just depends on their personal relationship. Yeah. Sex, you know, I don't like to want to analyze it. I don't know, you know, what it's individual, what people are going for. The main thing is they're delivered. With this, you know, like Lord Brahma says, if you have these symptoms of ecstasy, you're delivered. And they feel it. They feel now God is in them, the Spirit, you know, lives in them, helps them, and all that. See, now that'll develop forever.
You know, where it goes, who knows? How far it goes, how deep, usually depends on their desire and their connection. And if they meet other devotees with other relationships and they become attracted, then they can go even deeper into their understanding of the Lord, their Lord, in his different varieties of ways. I mean, we see that how Lord Chaitanya did that when he was here, because he represents Radha and Krishna, right? Worship. So he goes around in South India and he's meeting different people. See? So he meets this Brahmin who was worshiping Lord Ram. And he was ecstatic, you know, worshiping Ram, 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 feeling happy, 24 hours a day, chanting all the time, Ram, 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 Ram. And he would study the glories of the Lord from childhood. And he knew the power of the name of Krishna, but he couldn't chant it. Okay? Because he didn't have relationship with that. But he had relationship with Ram, 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 Ram. So Lord Chaitanya meets him. He's a Radha Krishna devotee. And I guess maybe he wanted to chant the name Krishna because he read about his glories, but he couldn't do it. And then the Lord comes, and just by his association, it empowered that mantra. And all of a sudden he could chant it. And he started chanting, Krishna, Krishna, Krishna. And Lord Chaitanya, what happened? He said, well, due to your influence, now the name of Lord Ram has went far, far away. And now Krishna, 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 Krishna. Okay? So that's the association. That's what we do. If people are really like looking, they're worshipers of the Lord, and they are in their heart looking for something deeper, they can get it here because we carry that flavor of ecstatic chanting. It's very rare. Very rare what's going on here. Very, very rare. I mean, there are a lot of good devotees out there, right? I mean, they dedicated their whole lives, they're chanting and all that. But where do you see the symptoms of this kind of ecstasy? It's what I've seen is rare. So if any of them decides they want more intimacy and not just chant and feel good and jump up and down, and become really ecstatic, intimate relish. Well, this is available. We're here. We're preaching. Yeah. So that's how it does. Now, it doesn't always work like that. Lord Chaitanya also went and he met a Brahmin who was also worshiping Lord Ram. But this person was so absorbed in that. He didn't care to change his religion. He was so happy serving Ram and Lakshman like that. And the Lord left him alone in that way and just appreciated his worship. He was the eternal, and he was like living the Leela even externally in the world, He was saying, well, Lakshman went to the forest and I'll cook when he brings back the vegetables, But the Lord, and all the Lord did with him was he went out and got these scrolls because the guy got really like, oh my God, Sita's been stolen by Ravana, and he was so depressed he was kind of thinking of committing suicide, but he wouldn't. But he was thinking very depressed. Oh, Sita's been, he was in this transcendental mellow of separation, and Sita's been, lament. It's a transcendental thing, and the Lord thought, wow, this is really amazing. So he didn't change. I mean, the guy didn't want to change. So he went and got the scrolls that taught the deep esoteric thing about Sita to satisfy the Brahmin. So you see different examples. Some devotees, they couldn't change their relationship. Who is it? Anupam and Murari Gupta. They couldn't change. They were the eternal servants of Lord Ram. And both of them. Except one thing. Lord Chaitanya gave also Murari Gupta, because obviously he also must have wanted to do some Radha Krishna worship, but he got both, because this is very deep stuff. I mean, in Brihad Bhagavatamrita, it gets in, not only does the Lord have many forms, but the devotees do too. You think that we just have one form, that relation? No. Actually, when you go deep into this, you can see that the devotees also, just like the Lord has many forms, the devotees also have many forms. See how deep the rabbit hole goes. Huh? Like Arjuna, he's on the battlefield. Kurukshetra, he's also Lalita. And he's also Ramananda, Roy. See, he's got these different forms. Narada Muni also, Srivas, and also Narada Muni, and also he has a gopi body. Yeah, it's just various forms, man. Manifesting, just like the Lord manifests a form according to the way he is worshipped by a devotee. Well, the devotees manifest the form according to the way, the form of the Lord that they're attracted to. So it could be different times and different places, and why not? Yeah. So anyway, there's a lot of stuff like that going on. Anyway, okay. So, O Shripad Nityananda Goswami, please hear. Where should we hold your Vyasa Puj ceremony? And I won't read that because it's a long purport here. Maybe I will read some. Let's see. So Vyasa Puj, and this is part of the purport. Vyasa Puj differs in various branches, since brahmanas of all four feel separation from the spiritual master of this. I'm reading here. This of Krishna, is that a very good position? Okay, to feel separation from the spiritual master or Krishna, is that the very good position? Yeah, actually, yeah, because actually feeling separation from the spiritual master is the same as feeling separation from Krishna. Because Krishna comes as the Guru, and he comes as that potency. What you're feeling separation from is initiated by contact with that potency. Okay? The Satchidananda, that's why it's the Satchidananda of Krishna is the same Satchidananda of a devotee. See, they're surrendered to that, and that manifests through them and as them. So and that's why Krishna said, or Lord Chaitanya said, those who claim to be my direct devotees are not my real devotees. It's those who are the devotees of my devotees who are my real devotees. So this is scientific. So how that proves out is a lot of non-devotees still. They're still not. They don't know what it is. But they're in religion. They're gurus. They're teachers, right? And they're Brahmins and sannyasis. And the test is the Lord sends his real devotees there who see they're devotees of Krishna, therefore, and they're real devotees, and therefore they transmit the reality of Krishna, see, here in this world. The reality is Satchidananda. So it has to be distributed in this world by the Lord's associates who are associating with Satchidananda, the point they distribute conclusive truth and ecstatic bliss. Okay. So if a big sannyasi and guru with many disciples comes before that devotee and they don't acknowledge it, what happens? What is that saying? Oh, you're not really a devotee yet, because this devotee is manifesting the real form of the Lord. This is what Prabhupada, how he discerned his God brother's position. They came before him. He's Satchidananda, yes or no? Of course. Anybody with intelligence, this man represents the real Krishna. And his God brothers come before him and said, oh, you're just a householder, and we've been sannyas for a long time. Okay? So what is it saying? See, they're not real devotees yet. They don't see that this Bhaktivedanta Prabhupada was manifesting the same Satchidananda that their guru Bhaktisiddhanta manifested. So it's their Lord. See, they couldn't see that. They failed the test in that way, which is good for us, because then we at least know what not to worship. Why would you worship people who cannot recognize the real Lord? And that's what people do. Okay? Oh, he's an acharya. Yeah? Well, can he recognize Satchidananda when the Lord manifests that in a particular devotee? Can you discern those qualities? Isn't that what you're learning here? How to discern Satchidananda, right? Yeah. Can you see the qualities of Ananda in, say, like Lalita, or any devotee where it's that Lord is awakened and growing? Can you see that? Can you imagine how many who can't see that in ISKCON and Gaudiya Math and Samiti? Isn't that amazing? This is what I had to learn, and now we're all seeing that. See, because you're part of this. Okay? You're seeing what I've been seeing all these years. And when they come up to you and they could be a big position as guru and sannyasi, hundreds of followers, and they look at you and they say, who are you? Oh, really? That's what you think of what's going on here in this body, in this temple here. I mean, you start to see this. It's like you become like Mini Ketam Ramdas, pastime in Chaitanya Charitamrita. You guys are becoming like that, ecstatic like him. It's growing in you. The real thing, the real God is growing in you, manifesting. And you become like Mini Ketam Ramdas and a Brahmin that people, oh, he's a great Brahmin. Oh, he comes before Mini Ketam Ramdas. And people who could see something, they gave dandavats. And this Brahmin looked at him and said, I don't know why you're giving so much respect to this guy. And he goes to worship Lord Chaitanya and Nityananda on the altar. And Mediketam Ramdas said, oh, what is this? I'm going to teach this guy a lesson. He's blind. I'm going to open his eyes. What are you doing? You're not giving Nityananda respect here. See, people think that was false ego. Why would you say that? Give me respect. You want respect. No, he says, Nityananda's here, man. He's living in my heart. Can't you see? Look at all this Ananda. Look at all this bliss. Look at all this understanding. Where's it coming from? Look at all this boldness, almost like God sitting there speaking. Isn't that what you're talking about? It's like the Lord takes over. Yeah. And why aren't you acknowledging? You know what? You're an illusion. He broke his flute in anger. Yeah, this is your position. You're a broken flute, man. You're not useful. Broke his flute. That's you. You're not a good flute, man. See? And the guy fell down, which was good for him. You fall down when you go against the devotee, when you disrespect the devotee who brings the Lord. I mean, this is what Paul taught about Jesus. He said Jesus is a stumbling block for the Pharisees because they didn't believe in him, so they stumbled. Well, Chaitanya taught the same thing. You don't give respect to Nityananda or their real representative in this world, your devotional progress is checked. Because that's why they're here, to uncheck. You take the check mark out of your devotional service. It's always checked until you meet the devotee and come to the point of giving respect for those who deliver the real Krishna to you. Okay? Deliver the real present. Otherwise, you'll be sitting there doing your austerities. Hare Krishna, I do my 1 lakh and everything. Look at me. And look, I got all these followers. They think I'm so great because I'm renounced and I'm austere and everything. But you're checked. See? You can't go any further than that until the devotee comes before you and they uncheck you because of your, oh, wow, this is a higher thing. See, when you acknowledge that, wow, this person has more knowledge to me. His knowledge is divine, from a divine source. It's from ecstatic worship, of loving ecstasy, like I read in the books. Wow, this is better than all my studies. If you don't develop that kind of humility, then your devotional service is checked. See? Check. There's a check mark. Oh, sorry. You know? It's in the no box. It's in the no. There's yes and no. Oh, you checked the no. I see. No more devotion for you. You got to check the yes. Yes, I like this. Oh, what you're giving me, that's great, man. Whoa, I've been waiting for this. There you go. Check. Yes. And God says, yes, come on into the kingdom. There you go. All that austerity was just to bring you to my devotee so you can get delivered. Yeah. been waiting for you to lose faith in all those big austerities you've been doing, all those caves you live in, and all that respect you got from fools and neophytes, believing because they can't understand what are the real standards. Therefore, you don't understand until the real guru becomes before you, man. And then we check yes instead of no. A lot of people still doing the no box. No, we don't acknowledge this. Oh, really? Huh. Oops, let me get, what happened? I was just going to check. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Do you want to say something, River? Go ahead.
I wanted to say something before. Oh, is my sound on? Sorry. I've been fidgeting a lot. I haven't felt very well. But you know that video that you sent of JP Moore's?
Yeah.
We have helped them do this plan. Because we have consented to them doing anything they want because nobody reads the rules. Everybody just on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, everybody, they just press accept. And you can't use these things, these social medias, unless you press accept. And then that means nobody really reads what's in the rules. And that means it says that they can actually, because I saw one, come on, they can actually do everything, film you all the time in all your advice, all your, what do you call them? Your computers, your phones in your house. They can look at your children. They can see you having sex. But we have consented to all of this because we have pressed accept, you know, and that's how they've done it. So I think, so yeah, what do you say to that? We have actually helped them. I haven't got no sound. Can you hear me?
We hear you.
I can hear you.
Maharaj, can you hear me? Because I was like, there's so many of these stations now, and we have accepted everything. You know, they can only do these things because we have accepted them all. And so we're kind of a part of it, really, of them being able to do this. I know that's
Guru
what
Maharaj don't hear you. We don't hear Guru Maharaj.
We call him Guru Maharaj.
The acceptance of the rules was not voluntary.
What do you mean? Because what do you mean?
We had no choice. We were not free to choose.
Of course, we're free to choose because we can either read the rules and regulations before we accept to go on any of these. We can read them, and then we can choose if we're gonna allow them to come into our homes, watch everything we do, say everything, and then we have a choice. We don't have to accept it. The only thing is we won't be able to use it.
We only have a choice when they also offer another choice. If they also offer another option, then we have choice. But now we had no choice.
We have a choice not to use it.
Oops.
But
we don't have to use this stuff. We don't have to accept all of these things, but we do, you know. And I'm not bothered per se because I don't care what they look at, really. Not doing anything wrong at all. But yeah, everybody has allowed them to.
They don't offer an alternative. Yes.
Why should they?
Only.
Hello, can you hear me?
To use or not to use.
Yes.
Yeah. You know, what are we going to do? You know, it's all this tricky shit going on. You know, they trick you in this way, trick you with the vax, They trick you with everything, the social, the trick, tricking with all these things. What are we going to spend all our time trying to figure out there? We figured it out. It's all a bunch of bullshit, and that's the Lord's Maya. But we're getting out of it, and so you just do what you can do. What they see, what they see. I mean, you can do your best. Like I deleted I'm deleting my Instagram thing because I found out. So who the hell needs it? So, and if I find out something, I just think that's Krishna, but I can't find, I don't even want to sit there and try and they're doing that with everything. Everything is
Everything.
friggin' lie, man. Lie here, lie there. What are you going to spend all your time trying to say?
They are on the level of word juggling and rules
Yeah, word
juggling.
juggling. Why you spend all the time figuring out how they're juggling they spend all their time doing that because they're in illusion. I don't want to spend my time in hearing and chanting and relishing and purifying the planet at this level. Otherwise, you spend, they're all, every friggin' thing is a trick. And they show you, Krishna shows me what I need to know. Oh, I saw JP. Thank you, JP. Okay, Instagram, goodbye. And whatever else I need to know, the Lord shows me. And I show you guys, I send it to you, right? So you don't have to, why would you want to keep that thing when they're doing all that stuff? Hey, get rid of that thing. Why not? The Lord showed you. Maybe he's giving you the idea. Who needs it? You want to go tap. I mean, when I saw the extent of what they're doing, I said, boy, that's really dastardly. Goodbye. I never even used those. I haven't used Twitter or this other thing either. They probably do the same thing with Twitter too.
Yeah, but yeah.
So yeah. Anyway, whatever. It's just this is the main thing.
But Guru Maharaj, isn't it that now because you've deleted it now, but you already accepted before. So they take that, don't they take that you accepted before?
I didn't accept it before. I haven't used it, so therefore I didn't accept the terms.
Oh, I didn't know. I thought you had Instagram.
Well, it's maybe on my thing, but I never accepted the terms. I haven't used it. Not in months. Maybe I used it some months, but they just updated the terms. Anyways,
It's kind of okay for us because they could be watching us and listening to the mantra, and they're hearing that, they're hearing. So it's kind of okay for us. I don't mind that. That's okay. But I was like, when I watched the video with JP. So I was just the other thing I was gonna say is that I have number 6 people in my family have got had the coronavirus or have got it. Mm-hmm. Number 6 people. Gosh.
They all still alive?
They're all still alive. Well, the last one, she's sick. The other 5 are all well, completely like nothing's happened to them.
Yeah.
And there's another one. So.
Yeah, this thing, and it's questionable. They might have the friggin' flu. Yeah, what is this? You can't believe anything these guys.
I don't believe it.
I don't believe them at all.
I have a question. Every year we hear about the flu. I don't hear the news in Belgium, etc. Mm-hmm. Do you hear anything about the flu?
No, that's the thing. It's probably the flu, and it's probably the flu, and they just we don't even mention it. They lump it in. It's the same thing. It's just all fucking lies, man. Lie. Just one after another. This Maya is coming to the point where the strong delusion is here, but we're protected. I don't, you could see those who believe in the lie, look at them. Fear, panic, anxiety, depression, all that stuff. Yeah, that's what you get for believing in lies and liars. That's the Lord's Maya. It's always lies. And right now it's really lying big time. It's not, it's like, there's the mode of goodness is still kind of a lie, but it's not as bad. But now ignorance and passion, deep, dark stuff, really lying. It's driving It's overwhelming the mode of goodness even. See? So that's what's coming. It's stronger now. And some, so the modes compete all the time. So now, right now, there's a time the heavy delusion is coming up in modes of darkness. And it's overwhelming even the demigod stuff because it's becoming more powerful. It's like a war. So it's a war going on now. See, that's why we see it like there's like the info wars, people that are more godly like this and the higher consciousness, and they don't want to get involved in that, are fighting. So there's a war. We see that going on. We're fighting in another way. This is more the transcendental level. Okay? Because if you get too much into that, then you end up getting drawn into it. And then then you can't have no time for this. But what we're doing is actually even more powerful. So everybody's, it's all connected. It's all connected. That the darkness, the light, the darkness and the light in the material, the modes of nature and their war, and what we're doing here, it's all connected. We're all, it's all, we're connected to God, everything. Demons and demigods and devotees. We're all together, and everybody's doing their part. Even the demons, they're just, follow, there's part of the plan also. You start thinking on another level that very hard to think. Everybody else is, what? You're not, well, we got our work. You got your work. Go out there and fight the demons. Oh yeah, you demons, you got your work. Go fight the demigods. Yeah, go get you, do your, thing. And well, yeah, well, we don't fight. We just sit here and worship Krishna and let him fight. We're in Vrindavan mood. We just sit there and love Krishna, chant his name, look at him and all that. And the demons come and he just protects us. He's our protector. People think, see, I guess, in the mode of goodness, they still want to protect themselves. Even, that? Yeah. Oops, here.
Well, we are under the Govardhan Hill.
Yeah, we're under Govardhan Hill.
Yeah.
We are not afraid because we have this little Krishna with his pink in the air. So easy for him with his pink.
Yeah.
He can do much more than that if he wants. Much more. But why would we have any sorrow or any fear?
Yeah. You see, that's how it is. It's like, see, the demigods still got the false ego of protecting themselves. See, they don't have the shelter yet, so they're fighting the thing. And then the demons, they want to overcome the good. They just think it's great, to control and to cheat and lie. This is their nature. So this is going on. It's a war. And then the devotees are, in the Vrindavan mood, which the Lord is teaching us, we're just sitting there under his shelter, and the Lord will, he's repelling all this stuff. Isn't he? I mean, even though, it's not, part of the demons, what they want to do is get us in fear and panic. And they're doing a good job of getting the mode of goodness in fear and panic. They're losing their position. They're also afraid to be, this and lockdown and God knows what else they're going to want to do. So they're fighting, but we're, okay, yeah, well, we got our work. This is, it's a lot easier, a lot more fun. I like being in a happy-go-lucky mood like Krishna. I just take shelter of him. He's like that. He's not paying any big deal. Like, oh, what's this? Just. So I don't. I just. I think that's really the secret. Is, hey man, how about anybody want to come under this shelter of this Govardhan? The pastimes of the Lord. And the rain will be pelted on from the demigods fighting and all that stuff. And we're sitting under this shelter, and carefree, and happy in heart. And then the Lord he's doing all that, killing the demons and all that and helping people, and so our job is, hey, come on to this shelter. Anybody ready? You want to be in fear and panic, or you want to sit there and try and fight this, and try to, win, it's hard work.
Glorify His
I'd rather just talk about Krishna, man, and chant his name, and All right. So, who wants to read?
So,
Just do it.
Yeah.
Well, then
Okay.
you gotta fight it out between River and Tom.
River and Tom.
Yeah, Tom raises. Yeah, both of you. Yeah.
Oh, Tom. Go for it.
Hare Krishna.
let them more.
From the same place, continuing.
Yeah, if you want, if you find it.
If I can find us something.
This is a different book than you have, probably.
Okay. I have a hard copy, Chaitanya Mangala.
Oh yeah, read that. Just pick a part there. In the
Chaitanya-
in the Madhya Lila, actually, somewhere.
Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya. Prabhu Nityananda.
Sorry, Govinda, there's not enough strength there. I'll take you off. Come back on
I
again.
can go off.
No. It's not. It's not that. It's not that. Yeah, it's not that. It's this thing. He doesn't have enough strength to come on. Sometimes it's like that. It's a bandwidth thing. What are you eating there? What is it? Is it
Smoothie.
good? Is it what?
Big smoothie. I need to eat lots of fruit.
Oh, you're doing
For my
smoothie too. That's what I do every day.
big one.
Big one, yeah.
Yamuna,
Yeah. I eat a big one too. Matter of fact, I might make
I have a little one.
you're a little girl. So.
Here I have Sri Chaitanya Bhagavat. Sri Vrindavan Das Thakuras. Hare Krishna. Hare Rama, Rama Hare. And you were at the Madhya Lila? Madhya Kanda, chapter 1, you were reading. Okay. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita Gadadhar, Shiva Sri Gaura Bhaktavrinda. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita Gadadhar, Shiva Sri Gaura Bhaktavrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. This is the beginning of Madhya Kanda, chapter 1. I just started at the beginning again. I don't know where else. Sri Mahaprabhu starts the Sankirtan movement. Hare Krishna, whoa. All glories to Lord Vishvambara, the crest jewel amongst the Brahmanas. All glories to Lord Vishvambara, the crest jewel amongst the Brahmanas. All glories to the beloved associates of Lord Vishvambara. All glories to the beloved associates of Lord Vishvambara. All glories to Lord Gaurachandra, the stalwart amongst all religious preachers. All glories to Lord Gaurachandra, the stalwart amongst all religious preachers. The safe bridge, the safe bridge, the safe bridge to the spiritual sky, the safe bridge to the spiritual sky. He has fully subdued his physical and mental urges. He has fully subdued his physical and mental urges. All glories to the Lord. He possesses incomparable beauty. All glories to the Lord. He possesses incomparable beauty and is the embodiment of the congregational chanting of the holy name of Krishna, and is the embodiment of the congregational chanting of the holy name of Krishna. All glories to Lord Gaurachandra, for he is the dearest friend and life of Nityananda Prabhu. All glories to Lord Gaurachandra, for he is the dearest friend and life of Nityananda Prabhu, and the sublime object of love, and the sublime object of love for Gadadhar Pandit and Advaita Acharya Prabhu, for Gadadhar Pandit and Advaita Acharya Prabhu. He is very dear to Sri Jagadananda Pandit. He is very dear to Sri Jagadananda Pandit and the tender loving hearts of the Vakreshwara Pandit and Kashishvara. He is the Lord and the Master. He is Lord and Master of Srivas and his other beloved associates. Whoa. O Lord, kindly look upon the living entities with divine benevolence. O Lord, kindly look upon the living entities with divine benevolence. The descriptions recorded in the Madhya Kanda are like streams of nectar. The descriptions recorded in the Madhya Kanda are like streams of nectar. Is this an introduction or is this the actual text? Okay. The descriptions recorded in the Madhya Kanda are like streams of nectar, which pours out into the ears, which pours out into the ears. It melts the granite like doubts and atheistic thoughts in the deep recesses of the heart. It melts the granite like doubts and atheistic thoughts in the deep recesses of the heart. Please listen attentively with unflinching faith to the narrations of the Madhya Kanda, describing the beginnings of the congregational chanting of the holy name. The entire township of Navadvip offered jubilant and loud welcome to the Lord, who had just returned from Gayadama. The entire township of Navadvip offered jubilant and loud welcome to the Lord who had just returned from Gayadam. Friends and relatives rushed to meet the Lord. The Lord spoke sweetly to everyone, and they were overjoyed to see Lord Vishvambara return. They all accompanied the Lord, many of them going in front of him. They brought him to his house. They brought him to his house, and he began narrating the experiences of his pilgrimage. And he began narrating the experiences of his pilgrimage. The Lord said, "By your blessings and good wishes, I could visit Gayadam and return without any difficulty." The Lord said, "By your blessings and good wishes, I could visit Gayadam and return without any difficulties." The Lord spoke very humbly, pleasing everyone. They were all very impressed by his gentility. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. The senior members of the society touched the Lord's head and blessed him with a long life. Further well-wishers chanted mantras for his protection as they touched different parts of his body. Putting their heads upon his breast, others invoked the mercy of Govinda, saying, "May Govinda bestow blissful peace upon you. May Govinda bestow blissful peace upon you." Nobody could describe the joy Sachimata experienced as she saw the return of her son. Nobody could describe the joy Sachimata experienced as she saw the return of her son. Upon seeing her Lord's face, Vishnupriya glowed with happiness, and her cloud of loneliness dissipated. Upon seeing her Lord's face, Vishnupriya glowed with happiness, and her cloud of loneliness dissipated. The joyous news spread to his in-laws' house, touching them with jubilation. The joyous news spread to his in-laws' house, touching them with jubilation. The Vaishnavas were especially happy, and they ran to see the Lord. Everyone to the Lord, everyone to everyone the Lord spoke very softly and humbly. Later, taking leave of them, he returned to his room. He took a handful of devotees inside to discuss the more confidential topics of his pilgrimage to Gaya. The Lord said, "My dear friends, I want to describe to you the wonderful places that constantly reminded me of Lord Krishna. As soon as I entered into Gaya, I heard the auspicious sounds of chanting, conch shells, and bells. Hundreds and hundreds of Brahmana priests were chanting from the Vedas. They glorified Lord Krishna and the place of pilgrimage where he had left the impression of his lotus feet. They said, 'Welcome to the holy spot where the Lord washed his lotus feet.' They said, 'Welcome to the holy spot where the Lord washed his holy feet.' In previous ages, in previous ages, when Lord Krishna visited Gaya, when Lord Krishna visited Gaya, he washed his transcendental lotus feet at this place. He washed his transcendental lotus feet at this place. Mother Ganga has become glorious and holy by the touch of the waters from the lotus feet of the Lord. Mother Ganga has become glorious and holy by the touch of the waters from the lotus feet of the Lord. Lord Shiva holds that water upon his head with the full realization that this is the water from the lotus feet of Lord Krishna. Therefore, this place of pilgrimage has become one of the holiest and is known as Padokka, Padodaka Tirtha, the pilgrimage place where the Lord left the waters of his holy feet, of his lotus feet. As soon as the Lord repeated the name of Gayadam and Padamatma Tirtha, this remembrance, his remembrance of the lotus feet of Lord Vishnu intensified, and incessant streams of tears poured down from his eyes. He became extremely restless, unable to control his spiritual emotions. He began crying out the name of Lord Krishna. So profuse were the tears of Krishna Prem, so profuse were the tears of Krishna Prem, love of Godhead, that they could have watered an entire flower garden, that they could have watered an entire flower garden. He sighed deeply, repeating Krishna's name. His whole body was covered with horripilation. He could not control himself anymore and shivered like an autumnal leaf. Shriman Pandit and other devotees present could not remain unaffected. Shriman Pandit and other devotees present could not remain unaffected. They were astounded at seeing this wonderful manifestation of love, Krishna. Tears swelled up in the eyes of the Lord, and flowered freely as Mother Ganga had found another source. Tears swelled up in the eyes of the Lord, and flowed freely as if Mother Ganga had found another source. What is this sight? What is this sight? They all thought in their minds. We have never seen the Lord acting like this. We have never seen the Lord acting like this. This must be the great mercy of Lord Krishna. This must be the great mercy of Lord Krishna. That he has allowed us to see such spiritual emotions. That he has allowed us to see such spiritual emotions. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare. After a while, the Lord became still, and external consciousness returned to him. He began to speak again. My dear friends, please return to your homes today, but I want to see all of you tomorrow again and discuss very confidentially in a solitary place. I want to disclose the deep sadness in my heart. Shriman, you come early to Shuklambar Brahmachari's house with Murari and Sadashiva. Everybody returned to their houses, and the Lord became engrossed in his own world. The spirit of Krishna Prema had manifested in the body of the Lord, and he saw, and he had now lost all taste for anything mundane. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare. The spirit of Krishna Prem had manifested in the body of the Lord, and he had now lost all taste for anything mundane. Sachimata could not understand the new transformation that had overcome her son, but she was happy just to have him near. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. She saw her son crying out Krishna's name, and the tears of Krishna Prem, which flowed profusely from his eyes. The Lord cried out, "Where is my beloved Krishna? Where is my beloved Krishna?" This deepened his mood of separation in love of Krishna. All such activities of the Lord were incomprehensible to Sashimata. So in great awe, with folded hands, she prayed for the shelter of Lord Govinda. The time was now dawning when Lord Chaitanya was to reveal his real identity. The time was now dawning when Lord Chaitanya was to reveal his real identity, and the entire universe swayed with waves of joy, and the entire universe swayed with waves of joy. News quickly spread to all the Vaishnava devotees that Lord Chaitanya was constantly shedding tears of Krishna prema, and they all swiftly gathered at his house to see him. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. The Lord acted very humbly towards them and spoke with everyone. The Lord acted very humbly towards them and spoke with everyone. Oh, Hare Krishna. He requested of the Vaishnavas, please come and meet me in Suklambara's house tomorrow. I want to open my grief-laden heart to all of you. I want to open my grief-laden heart to all of you. Sriman Pandit was extremely happy when he saw this wonderful transformation in the Lord. His extraordinary Krishna prema. His extraordinary Krishna prema. Early the next morning, Sriman went as usual to pick flowers at Srivasa's house. Where was there? Where was a jasmine tree. Okay, there was a jasmine tree, which was like a kalpavriksha, desire tree. Many flowers were picked from this tree. Many flowers were picked from this tree. However, the tree would never be devoid of flowers. The tree would never be devoid of flowers. It had an inexhaustible bloom. It had an inexhaustible bloom of fresh flower. Usually, all the devotees met there during morning to pick flowers and exchange words about Krishna and his wonderful pastime. In this way, Radha, Gopinath, Ramai, and Srivas would daily enjoy each other's company in the morning. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Whoa. As Sriman Pandit arrived, he was laughing with joy. Everyone greeted him saying, "Why are you so happy today?" Sriman, happily smiling, said, "Certainly, there is be a reason." The other flower picking devotees responded. The other flower picking devotees responded. Then why do you not say it? Krishna. Oh yeah, then when do you why do you not say it? Sriman Pandit began, "Very well, you must hear the reason. Sometimes most wonderful and most impossible has happened. Something most wonderful and most impossible has happened. Nimai Pandit has become a great Vaishnava devotee. Nimai Pandit has become a great Vaishnava devotee. I had heard, I heard that he had returned from Gaia. I heard that he had returned from Gaia. So I went in the evening to meet him. He spoke with everyone with a humble and very detached air, not showing the slightest sign of arrogance or insolence. Then he took the Vaishnavas aside and began describing his pilgrimage and feeling for Lord Krishna. As soon as he mentioned the lotus feet of Lord Krishna and Padma Tirtha, his eyes flooded over with tears of Krishna prema. His whole body was overwhelmed with ecstatic symptoms, shivering and horripilation. As he cried out Lord Krishna's name, he fell to the ground unconscious. When he regained consciousness, he repeatedly called out Krishna's name and again began crying in separation from the Lord. A river of tears, like Ganga Devi, flowed from his eyes. A river of tears like Ganga Devi flowed from his eyes. After seeing such sublime love of Krishna, I am convinced that he is not an ordinary personality. After seeing such sublime love of Krishna, I am convinced that he is not an ordinary personality. After he became stilled and self-controlled, he told us that we should all come to meet him in Sukrambara Brahmachari's house today. I should bring Sadashiva and Murari along with me, and he would reveal the torment which his heart to us, within his heart to us, and he would reveal the torment within his heart to us. Thus I have told you the reason for my joy and this most auspicious news. Sriman's words gave great pleasure to all the devotees, and they loudly repeated Lord Hari's name. Srivastakur commented, "May Lord Krishna increase our congregation. May Lord Krishna increase our congregation. May Lord Krishna increase our congregation." The assembled devotees appreciated the mood of Srivastakur, and happily they discussed topics of Krishna consciousness. The joyous sounds that surrounded them were pleasing to the heart. The joyous sounds that surrounded them were pleasing to the heart. The devotees blessed the devotees blessed everyone, saying, "May everyone be blessed," by worshipping the lotus feet of Lord Krishna. Sriman Pandit then left this Vaishnava assembly and proceeded to Chukrambara Brahmachari's house. Gadadhar Pandit, who has heard the discussion silently while everyone was picking flowers, also went towards the house of Chukrambara Brahmachari, while the others went to perform their daily worships of the Lord. Gadadhar Pandit thought, "Let me go and hear what he says about Krishna. Let me go and hear what he says about Krishna." Thus, he reached Chukrambara's house, entered, and hid himself inside. Sadashiva, Murari, Shriman, Sukrambara, and other such highly advanced loving devotees had already assembled there. Oh, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram Ram. Just then, Lord Vishvambara the crest jewel of the Brahmanas, appeared in the assembly. Just as then, Lord Vishwambara, the crest jewel of the Brahmanas, appeared in the assembly. They greeted each other. Whoa. They greeted each other happily, but the Lord was all the time engrossed within himself. They greeted each other happily, but the Lord was all the time engrossed within himself. As soon as he was in the assembly of Vaishnava devotees, he began reciting different shlokas, which glorified the nature of bhakti, devotional service. He began reciting different shlokas, which glorified the nature of bhakti, devotional service. He said, I had found my beloved Lord, but then he disappeared. In which direction did he go? Saying these words, he fell down completely paralyzed. He said, I had found my beloved Lord, but then he disappeared. In which direction did he go? Saying these words, he fell down completely paralyzed. The Lord embraced the pillars of the house and began crying out, where is Krishna? And then again fell down. The, the devotees became affected by the Lord's intense mood of separation from his beloved Lord Krishna. The devotees became affected by the Lord's intense mood of separation from his beloved Lord Krishna. He constantly repeated, "Oh Krishna, where is my Krishna?" The atmosphere intoxicated the devotees. It made them sway and stagger about the room. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Inside the room, unseen by anyone, Gadadhar Pandit fell down unconscious. The devotees lost all sense of direction and identity. Oh, the devotees all lost all sense of direction and identity. Nobody knew where or who he was. Nobody knew where or who he was. They became overwhelmed with love of Krishna, and all external consciousness disappeared from them. They became overwhelmed with love of Krishna, and all external consciousness disappeared from them. The whole spiritual scene amazed Janavi Devi. The whole spiritual scene amazed Janavi Devi, Mother Ganga. After a while, consciousness returned to the Lord, and he again repeated Lord Krishna's name and began crying bitterly. It was a wonderful scene. Everyone had lost themselves in an ocean of ecstatic bliss, of love, of Krishna. It was a wonderful scene. Everyone has lost themselves in an ocean of ecstatic bliss, of love of Krishna. The Lord fell repeatedly and continuously lamented. The Lord fell repeatedly and continuously lamented. Oh, my beloved Lord Krishna, where did you go? Oh, my beloved Lord Krishna, where did you go? In this ecstatic mood, the Lord fell many times to the ground unconscious. The Lord fell many times to the ground unconsciousness. But no bruises or pain were visible on his transcendental body. Loudly jubilant cries, loud jubilant cries and weeping and love of Krishna reverberated through the entire house. Loud jubilant cries and weeping in love of Krishna reverberated through the entire house, and Shuklambar's house became surcharged with the ecstasy of Krishna Prema. Wow. Loud jubilant cries and weeping and love of Krishna reverberated through the entire house, and Shuklambar's house became surcharged with the ecstasy of Krishna Prema. After some time, the Lord calmed himself and sat down. With tears of ecstatic love flowed unrestrainedly from his eyes. He asked, "Who is inside the house? Who is inside the house?" Shuklambara Brahmachari replied, "Your beloved Gadadhar Pandit." Gadadhar Pandit entered with his head down, and his unchecked tears flowed profusely in torrent. This pleased the Lord beyond words. The Lord said, "Dear Gadadhar, you are most fortunate and pious because from your childhood you have developed unflinching love for Krishna." The Lord said, "Dear Gadadhar, you are most fortunate and pious because from your childhood you have developed unflinching love for Krishna. But my life so far has been wasted. Two
Why don't
sentences.
let's let Lalita read a little bit. Thank you, Tom. That was a great reading. It was awesome. And then we'll get River. Go ahead. Do you know what you want to read?
What chapter?
Chapter, that's you. Oh, that one. That's chapter 1 of Majjalila.
Shall I read
Majakam.
chapter 2? Or shall I continue this chapter 1 or what?
What do you want to do? You choose.
I couldn't find back what I read once, something very confidential between Lord Chaitanya and Nityananda. So I need to find it back. So I couldn't find it. So I read something else.
Okay. Whatever you want to
I
read.
never know what to read.
Yeah.
Never.
Surprise.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, The glories of Sri Nityananda, maybe that's something nice. No, Guru Maharaj wrote it not long time ago. Okay, is it okay? Glories of Lord Nityananda?
You tell me if it's okay.
It's Anjakanda chapter 6. Oh, glories to my spiritual master.
You guys are my friends. I'm not your father.
I didn't say father, spiritual master. I didn't say father.
No. When you ask me for permission, you ask me for permission.
Oh, yeah. I won't ask you anything anymore. Oh, glories. Oh, glories to my spiritual master. Bhaktivedanta Paramahamsa Srila Gauraharidas Maharaj Acharya. And I mean it. Oh, glories, oh, glories, oh, glories to Srila Prabhupada. Oh, glories. Oh, glories to Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati. Oh, glories to Jagannatha Bhakti. Oh, glories to Bhakti Vedanta Kaur. Oh, glories to Lord Nityananda. Oh, oh, glories. Oh, glories to Lord Chaitanya. Oh, glory. Oh, glory. Oh, glory to Radharani. And oh, glories to Krishna. Oh, glories to Krishna. And Jaganta chapter 6. The glories of Sri Nityananda. Oh, glory. Oh, oh, glory to Lord Guru Chandra. Lord Nityananda. Oh, glory to all the Lord's associates. Oh, glories to all the Lord's associates. Lord Nityananda continued these pastimes of congregational chanting and experienced great joy. Experienced great joy in the association of all his eternal associates and servitors. Lord Nityananda, he performed his pastimes here in Navadvip. Just as he has done in his previous incarnation. His previous incarnation in Vrindavan. He attracted every living entity to simply surrender at the lotus feet of Lord Chaitanya without motive. Sri Nityananda was like the brilliant sun. Sri Nityananda was like the brilliant sun, surrounded by his inspired and enthusiastic devotees as they roamed all over Navadvip performing kirtan. His divine body, his divine body was covered by bejeweled ornaments and flower garlands. His lips were ruby red from chewing betel and camphor. Seeing the activities of Lord Nityananda, some experienced divine exhilaration, but others became doubtful and suspicious. A certain Brahmana residing in Navadvip, who had studied together with Sri Chaitanya in his youth, became wary of Nityananda's behavior. The Brahmana was attached in devotion to Chaitanya, but unfortunately he was unaware of Nityananda's transcendental potencies. One day, the Brahmana decided to go to Nilachara, Puri, and he stayed there, immersed in supreme joy. Every day, he visited Chaitanya, and he felt a gradual increase of his attraction for the Lord. No one of his daily visits, on one of his daily visits, he suddenly felt the urge to ask the Lord some questions. In confidence, the Brahmana inquired, "O Lord, I have a request. If you allow me, then I shall present it before you. If you consider me as one of your servants, then I would like to hear your views on certain points." Lord Nityananda, the Avatut, is now in Navadvip. I cannot understand his behavior. People say he is in the renounced order of life, namely Sannyasa, yet I see him showing. I see him showing petal and camphor all the time. A sannyasa is not supposed to even touch certain things like gold, silver, precious gems, and so on. But I see him decorating. I see him decorating his body all over with ornaments made from these substances instead of a saffron loincloth. He's putting on flowing soap robes and using sandalwood and flower garlands. Another part of the Lord's quaint activities is that he doesn't carry the Sayasidam with an iron rod. He's always seen. He's, he's always seen in the company of Shudras, persons coming from lower castes. I haven't seen Nityananda always acting strictly according to the instructions of the scriptures. Therefore, I am assailed with doubts about him. Many persons hail him as a great personality, yet why does he not act in a way befitting his position as a sannyasi? Oh Lord, please remember that I'm just your menial servant. Please tell me what all this actually means. The pious Brahmana thus inquired submissively at an opportune moment from Sri Chaitanya, and the Lord revealed to him the esoteric meanings of everything without reservations. The Lord smiled gently at the Brahmana's words and spoke the following. He said, "Listen carefully, O Brahmana. One who is very elevated and the spiritual realized soul is certainly free from all faults. The Srimad Bhagavatam 11, Canto 11, verse 20 states those who are free from unwanted desires, such as attachment for things unconnected to Sri Krishna, those who have transcended the mundane vision of seeing only the material covering of the soul, namely this gross body, and have risen to the platform of perceiving the spiritual spark in every living entity. Those having attained equal vision, those who have become elevated to the spiritual platform of seeing face to face the Supreme Lord. Who is beyond the three modes of material nature. These great souls who are dedicated to me, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, they do not have to enjoy or suffer the results of either pious or impious activities. Nor do they have to act according to rules and regulations. Lord Nityananda is absolutely pure. Lord Nityananda is absolutely pure. Isn't this material world like the lotus, which is untouched by the water within which it stands, O Brahmana? Know that Sri Krishna is eternally within him. However, when a person tries to imitate Nityananda, then he will suffer terrible consequences and incur heavy sinful reactions.
Yeah.
If anyone other than Lord Shiva tries to drink deadly poison, then he will surely die. The scriptures carry sufficient examples to substantiate this fact.
Yeah. Yeah. Can I say a little something there? Yeah. You see, Lord Chaitanya said Krishna resides eternally within him. See? So that's that spirit, the Holy Spirit. So people, the devotees need to be clear that that the devotees are free from having to strictly follow the rules and regulations simply because the Lord is awakened in them and purifies them. So Nityananda is doing Betelnath, right? And whatever else, whatever it is, who knows, eating meat and all kinds of stuff. But it doesn't burn, it doesn't pollute him because the Lord is inside burning it away. And devotees, like Lord Chaitanya is revealing, you can't imitate that unless the Lord is awakened in you by getting the association of those devotees, spreading that awakening of that Lord eternally to live within them. Then they are more subject to the sin, and that's why they get polluted until that point. And so that's, people should desire to have this, because this will make it everything easier. And even if you do a sinful thing or something in the modes of passion or ignorance, you're purified just by because the Lord's in there, just a little chanting and everything, and it dissolves. A lot of people say, oh, you see, you're not supposed to perform sin on the strength of the holy name. But it's nothing. This is still Vaidhi idea, a strength of the holy name, and because your holy name is purifying. Hey, if you're still chanting offensively, you're not really getting the deep result of that chanting. If you're chanting like you're chanting there, and the Lord is awakening inside, is purifying all kinds of things. And after it starts burning what's in you, it burns whatever is around it, close to it. That's sadhu sangha. See, by from the devotees, ecstatic prema emanates. Very powerful. That's why it's amazing. So, if devotees can wrap their heads around this, they would find the real path. The real path is here. You want to have that kind of protection, make it all easy where the Lord is awakened in you and your eternal companions there. You just automatically, like that, you break the bonds of birth and death, because now God's with you. It's nothing for him to release us from Maya. That's how we're released. Like Brahma, see, the scriptures all confirm everything. To those who evince the symptoms of ecstasy, there you go, these kind of things. They are promoted to the kingdom of God. You have your assurance there. What does it matter what people do with our bodies? You're already free, because of that. This is the whole thing. And if you don't have these symptoms, well, you're going to take another birth until you do. And now Prabhupada said, once you do devotional service in ecstasy, this is a nectar devotion, techniques on hearing. Once you do devotional service in ecstasy, then you're qualified to enter the kingdom of God, even if it's like with Lord Chaitanya here on this planet, or Radha and Krishna on this planet, in some material planet. See, then still it's the kingdom of God, and then whatever else is there, is purified. And then you may not even want to go back to the sphere, but you can dip in, you can go there, you can go here, you're free, like Narada Muni. I mean, God, freedom is here. People, if they knew the value of what's going on here, they you can't even buy this. You can't purchase this. Bill Gates, with all his billions, he can't purchase. He has no faith. You purchase this with faith in what we're doing, faith in the association of these devotees, faith in the bhakti that's being presented here and offered here. Otherwise, you can't purchase it. Faith is the only thing. You see those with strong faith, their ecstasy gets awakened very easily. Yeah. So go ahead.
Ik can't buy them. I'm going to ask Balaram to be quiet. Do you hear the sound here in the house?
Yeah, it's okay. It's not so bad. Yeah,
Okay,
it's okay. It's not so
I
bad.
don't see.
Let
Okay.
him bang a ring. No, it's not that. If it is,
Let him bang, bang.
if it does, I'll tell you.
Okay. Okay. Where was I? Krishna is eternally within. However, if any person tries to imitate Nityananda, then he will suffer terrible consequences and incur heavy sinful reactions. If anyone other than Lord Shiva tries to drink deadly poison, then he will surely die.
Yeah, and so imitating Nityananda, and this is when you imitate an acharya by taking the title of acharya without the Lord being strongly within you, you will suffer, and they do suffer horrible things by being a guru, and and having their disciple, oh, Gurudev, deliver me. They can't deliver them. That's imitation. You're imitating Nityananda. If you imitate the bona fide spiritual master, actually that goes all the way back to Nityananda, because they're empowered by Nityananda. So it's the same thing. That's how you know. Those are called false acharyas or false prophets. People go to them thinking they're going to be delivered, but they're not. See, and so they incur all those sinful reactions from even their disciples because of their stupidity. This is the illusion. One devotee went into a coma, being a guru. He went into a coma, and the devotees were confused because they know from the scriptures, if you go into a coma, usually it's Yamaraj trying to decide your fate. And this guy is a good devotee. He was a very good devotee, and he was one of my godbrothers, very sincere and all that. But still, he fell for the bullshit of being a bona fide guru, and all his disciples, oh, Guru Dev and all that. And he still was covered. I met him. I know he wasn't free. He still had the false ego there, and he was still a good devotee. But still, the Lord's saying you can't imitate. If you imitate a bona fide spiritual master and take disciples and they believe that you can deliver them, but you can't, well, you're going to suffer. There's going to be some suffering there because you're inconclusive, right? Inconclusive. It's only those who have that same awakening that, he had the Lord living inside them. If you don't have that, you can't purify your disciples. Proof is, they don't get ecstatic devotion. That's why Prabhupada only taught Vaidhi Bhakti, because people are not qualified. And he didn't see and he even said, my sickness is due to the sins of my disciples. In other words, the Vaidhi level, his disciples couldn't even come to the point of having the awakening in them. So, then there's help. Otherwise, Prabhupada's taken all that. So look at you guys. I'm more free. Could you imagine if you weren't awakened, I have to deal with you? Could you imagine? You're always like in that false ego thing and it's not going? Why, that would be hell.
Yeah.
But look, see, the Lord he's inside you. This is you got to be like Jesus said, I'm the true vine and my Father's the gardener. That principle is here. This is the true vine here. And my Father is the gardener. He's Krishna and he's in there. See, he's gardening, right? Thank God, man. I don't want to do all that work. That becomes work.
That's not what you want to do, huh?
Yeah, he's my help. And the Lord helps us, right? He's our helper, but he's my helper. It's a two-way street here, man. Hey, man, you want me to do this job? You better help me. I don't want to do it alone. Forget it. Look what happens to some of these gurus who try to do it alone.
The guru who doesn't want to work.
Yeah, I'm a lazy guy, man. I let the Lord do most of the work.
Me too.
He's stronger. All right, go ahead.
The scriptures carry sufficient examples to substantiate this fact. In the Srimad Bhagavatam 10, Canto 10, 33, no one should try to act in this manner, not even within the mind. Just as a person other than Lord Shiva who tries to drink the deadly poison that came out of the milk ocean will certainly die.
Yeah, this is the thing. People, they don't understand how this works. It's like they read this, the gurus read this. They don't understand the workings of the spirit. And so Lord Chaitanya is talking by the scriptures. Still, you need to have it explained by where God is actually living in them. The scriptures are saying all these things. He's repeating them, and it's left for the spiritual master, the acharya, to fluff out the details, and that's what we do here. Yeah, you see, you have to have the spirit of devotion awakened in you. See? Otherwise, you will be drinking this poison. It's poison. When you become a spiritual master, what do you get? You get wealth, right? Wealth is poison. You get gold. Gold is poison. And you know, and let's see, and you get adoration. That's poison. See, that's the, you know, you get disciples and followers. That's poison because they carry poison in them. Is their karma, and you're associating intimately with them. Holy shit! And you got no devotion. See, poison, poison upon poison, and so there you get polluted. That's why often these gurus, these men, also in the church, they become worse than their followers. I mean, worse off because they carry all that karma, you know, become often pedophiles and demons, you know. See, this is a heavy thing. Yeah. Yeah, I got some silver as a backup, you know, in case the money system breaks down. And I was looking at it. I said, well, let me look at this, you know, pull out the silver. It's really shiny and all that. And I says, I can't get any rust from this anymore, you know? The silver coins, you know, it looked really shiny and all that. And I just wanted to see, is there any rust in that? You know, it's like, you know, it's nice and shiny, but the rust is in this. See, when you get attracted to this is the real gold, you know, and you experience, and then it's amazing because it's this, you know, how they say a Tesla found unlimited energy, you know, and then these selfish bastards, you know, went and they go and take the thing and probably killed him and all that stuff, and they take all the technology that he had, free energy and all that, which it was supposed to be, and they make it, and they want to make it profitable and stuff like that. This is demoniac, you know. Well, it's the same thing with the treasure of Krishna. Krishna is a treasure, and he's unlimited treasure for the devotee. It has no limits at all.
Yeah.
And from that comes everything else. And so when you get this unlimited treasure, that's why seek the kingdom of God, and all else will be added. And that includes being a deliverer. Like when you guys are coming in the right way, you really want Krishna, and you're satisfied with that. You're satisfied with devotional service. And then the Lord will make you a leader and a spiritual teacher and then a guru. Why not? Because you know what is real. Most people doing the job don't. They don't really know this stuff that we're teaching here. See? So yeah.
I think you're constantly growing because the Lord gives you all the time more and more surprises, one after the other.
Yeah.
I think to myself.
Every day. It's so great. It's like the chanting, especially. It's growing in a relationship, and this one's never ends. I mean, this is the dream, man. You know, this is the fairy tale that has a happy ending, and that's real. It's not just a fairy tale. It's like something on TV that really is not like that. This is the one that's true. This is a true story of this eternal, every day coming and chanting and seeing the surprises and the rasa, the dance between your soul and the Lord in chanting. Oh God, man, it's just getting better and better and more fascinating. The more you know, the more you want to know, and the more eager. And this is treasure. You know, this is what Lord Chaitanya was manifesting. This is what he's giving to us. You know, this is the treasure we're here to distribute. And this is what this is. You see how the Brahman, this is where the level that most Krishna consciousness is at in Vaishnavism now in 2020. More or less, people are at best at this Brahman level. And you know, he couldn't figure out what's going on with those spirit-filled personalities like Nityananda. How did he have to do it? So he had to approach Lord Chaitanya and ask him, please, you know, don't cheat me. Tell me, what is it? Why can he do these things and I can't as a Brahmin? See, devotees, if you want to advance, you have to hear from those who have that same Lord, Chaitanya, inside. And hear from them. And then you have to hear this class. You have to hear this talk from the devotee Bhagavat and the book Bhagavat explained. And then you can go to the next level and start to perceive it. Otherwise the Brahmin can't say, what's going on up there in the devotees' heart. You have to have it explained, because Lord Chaitanya within the devotee explains it just like he did then, personally. Otherwise, nobody knows. The Brahmins don't know. These gurus don't know. They think it's great just being a guru, but they find out later on. Look what happened to who was that devotee, the guru? A lot of them, but especially this one Hamsaduta. He learned. He said, I was disappointed when I knew Prabhupada only wanted me as a Ritvik and not a real acharya, like a spiritual master. And he jumped at it with these other guys. And then he became bonkers, and he started to get really crazy, doing drugs and all kinds of weird things and acting like a maniac. And then he gave it up and, was a little bitter. But basically, that's the idea. You got to hear these things explained, and then you don't go down that path. Or if you have, then you'll understand, oh, okay, yeah. Let me get the kingdom of God. Let me come to the devotees. Let me get Krishna first. And then all that stuff will just come automatically. It's like, here, is this and this? I never endeavored for this. It just is automatic. And then Prabhupada's order, confirming it and making it that's like a seal. When you go to the seal of the king, boom. And therefore it's, hey man, this is authorized, where's your seal? Where's your paper? Well, the paper is here, the paper, you're the paper, man. You're being sealed with the truth, man. Boom, on your forehead, man. No chips made here. We don't do any chips here. We're not chipping you here. We're chipping off the Maya. Go ahead.
I unmute myself now. But
Yeah,
not so much?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, good.
Go ahead.
No one should try to act in this manner, not even within the wind. Just as a person other than Lord Shiva who tries to drink the deadly poison that came out of the milk ocean will certainly die. Similarly, if due to foolishness someone tries to imitate the pastimes of the Supreme Lord, then he will surely be destroyed. O King, fire is all-consuming, but you can't imitate the pastimes of the Lord if he is present. Then you're not imitating. Then there are new pastimes, isn't it?
Yeah, if he's present, if he's present, then Krishna protects, and Krishna he'll what's happens spontaneously when the Lord gets more and more strong in us. Spontaneously, he gives us service. You notice you got inspired to do this and that and give a class or whatever it is, and so spontaneously, the Lord is approving of this. And that's what happened. See, Prabhupada didn't come like before and order me to do what I was doing. It came spontaneously. I was just worshiping like this. It came to a point, and then one lady came, my ex-wife, she came first and said, I can't understand this book. And I just started reading, and then boom, ecstatic level started to awaken in her. And then others started to come, and this was all from the relationship. And then Prabhupada came, said, boom, yeah, this is my approval. You're doing what I want you to do. Do more of this. He said exactly what I want you to do. See,
you were not imitating because Krishna was present in the ecstasy, in the Ananda.
Yeah. So I was just doing that for some years. and with Krishna only me, I wasn't thinking about anything being guru or anything. And then spontaneously, it just started to arrange it. Even when it just was so spontaneous. Like, yeah, I just read with her, and I still wasn't thinking I'm going to be guru. And I didn't know. We just read, and she became ecstatic. I thought, wow, that's pretty amazing. And then she goes to her guru, and he says. He got all jealous and he kicked her out. Get out of here. Go to Gohari. And then she comes to me and says, well, you got to be my guru. I said, what do you mean guru thing? And I took her, and first I took her to all these other gurus. I said, well, no, I don't know. I was real hesitant. I said, wait a second. So I took her to Narayan Raj and I took her to these different places. And she said, no, I want you got to do this. I said, okay. And then Prabhupada appeared very shortly. To confirm and say, yeah, this has my approval. You just continue, see? So spontaneous. And then the confirmation comes too, which was really important, especially, it got me through, even though I got knocked to the ground a few times because, I got dealing with these heavy hitters. These guys, they are strong, and some of them strong volumes of poison too. Some of my students that fell into that, they still haven't recovered. They can't get out. The only way out is somehow they have to realize, this is where I should be. I made a mistake. Yeah. And then it'll clear off easy. See, the offense to Guru Aparad will, nothing. I have some Prabhupada disciples like that were coming, or one actually. And he just kind of, and it's hard for them to come back. He can't appreciate, guy was getting so empowered. He was writing songs, out of spontaneous, those songs were beautiful, amazing. That ain't happening now. Not like that. Yeah. Just lost it. Yeah.
It's not flowing anymore.
Huh?
It is not flowing anymore.
No more. And it was flowing here, and that just happens with he's a lot of, if you can't see what's going on here is just like what was going on with Prabhupada, then there's that see, you're not seeing the thing, and that's what the God brothers, they weren't seeing the thing, and so because of that, you're checked, and what the heck, what did to do? We all have to go through whatever our journey is. And the person's a very nice devotee, very sincere. And it's just a journey. Maybe it's just the way, it's always the way it's supposed to be, Now we're doing this, and maybe later on that person will come, or whoever else. They'll see that the spiritual potency is genuinely here. See, and we're not like acting on our own. Yeah, we're acting under authority here. That's why it's working. And the more people see it, that's what will save them. They'll see, the real shelter is here. Right? If there's another devotee doing this, that's why I keep saying, well, it'd be nice to see where this kind of potency is really manifested.
We would know it. Who can hide this?
No, especially when we're explaining everything, showing and explaining every detail of this. It's unbelievable. This is very rare preaching, and on Facebook Live and YouTube Live and all that. Yeah. I think they shadow banned me on YouTube because I've never gotten, I don't know why, never gotten many views on YouTube. I thought, why? That's why I kind of just didn't much with it, because it's just like I get 3 or 4 views. I said, how can that be? And other people are getting so many. Even the gurus and stuff, they don't get so many compared to what they should get. But it could be they just shadow banned religious people because they don't want people to be free, especially powerful ones. If they see the potency is there, they might not want a lot of people connect because they'll wake up. Yeah. People come awake here in our Sangha.
Yeah, they must feel those vibrations are dangerous. They must feel something.
Yeah. It could be because it's a threat. Here, people wake up. you start to wake up. You start to see things as they are. Mm.
Good.
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, O king, fire is all consuming, yet it remains unaffected and uncontaminated by any sin or dirt. Similarly, a very powerful and potent personality should not be condemned for transgressing religious laws, or even if he associates with a woman. Therefore, O Brahmana, if anyone criticizes Sri Nityananda's activities, then he will have to suffer for this mistake with severe reactions, life after life.
Yeah, well, yeah, and so you see, the point is, they say, like Prabhupada said, if you go to Vrindavan and you commit offenses, then you get about 100 times more the reaction. And if you go there and you do your devotional service, you get 100 times more benefit. Now it's the same thing with the devotee. When you're in their presence and you start to blaspheme and criticism, you get an intense reaction. But if you're in their association in a favorable mood, you get an intense amount of advancement. See, it's a double-edged sword like that. But either one ultimately results in advancement because that's just the nature of the world. And it's actually when a person falls down or stumbles, it's good for them because then they can begin to see, hopefully, that, oh, wow, I made a mistake. Oh, this person is actually empowered. See, and just that recognition means so much, because then you'll become more favorable to the real God. The real nature of God is transcendental. That means you can move and you can start to come closer. See, people, they don't know what is the real nature of God. The real nature of God is what's manifesting here. Real nature of God is that spirit of ecstatic worship, just like Lord Chaitanya. See, Lord Chaitanya is relishing mellows, and mellows are being relished here. Lord Chaitanya was conclusive, and that the scriptures are that, and I just take those scriptures and just kind of fluff it out, make it more clear, just so of what's there, not take the mind. See, speculation would be to take these scriptures and take people's minds away from the truth of them. See, that's what people do. See? Here, we take the scriptures and bring people more into them. See, that's the chit potency that comes from a lot of deep Ananda worship of the Lord. Become very clear, and then you transmit that clarity, and that dissipates people's ignorance. Oh, really? I didn't know that. I thought we were here to worship these gurus, and that they're our way to Vrindavan. And you find out they're not. They don't have the qualification. See, because we clarify all of these things. Can't imitate guru. You can't imitate the spiritual master, the deliverer of their disciples. No. See, if you do that, you'll get the reaction. See, you can learn. These gurus can learn so many things here, save themselves a lot of trouble. These sannyasis, these Brahmins.
Yeah.
We're explaining exactly what Lord Chaitanya was explaining to that Brahmin, only it's more clear now in this explanation, because that's how it goes. Everything always gets increasingly clear as we discuss the truth, the absolute truth. It's meant to be that way. The Lord wants it to be crystal clear so that people can, and see it. And then, okay, good. Okay, I can let that go.
A new chance.
A new chance. Otherwise, you see, still, Brahmins and sannyasis and these gurus in these mass Vaishnava movements don't understand this principle. But if they come here, they could understand it. They can't understand it by reading it. But when they hear this Bhagavat, these truths explained by an empowered devotee, Then they can get over that offense. Otherwise, they'll probably repeat it until they learn their lesson, you know? It's like anything. You keep taking the test. Do you fail or pass? You come here, you never seen those things where you go to these schools. And like, I remember I went to a real estate school and they say, yeah, you come here and we'll make it so you will pass. See,
Yeah.
it's the same thing. You want to get into Vrindavan and everything, you come here and we'll make sure you pass into Vrindavan. You'll pass so that you can get in there and not be thrown out. That's this school. That's this school.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
And every time you discuss, the Lord gives more inspiration to explain it, new, because it keeps on flowing.
yeah,
Good for this time, place, circumstances.
yes, exactly. Yeah, so that's what we do here. And this is a lot of fun, man. Go ahead.
If a very elevated soul acts in a manner that appears offensive and he is ridiculed, may even just criticize, then the critic is surely doomed. All these conclusions can be learned from the Srimad Bhagavatam, but only if a pure Vaishnava explains the subject. Listen.
Interesting, huh?
Yeah, of course. I
It shows you that Krishna is in charge. He just backed up, just the scripture just backed up what we said. You have to hear it from the devotee. If you don't hear it, you can't understand it just from the scriptures. This is what the Ritviks, they're making a mistake. They think, oh, we have Prabhupada's books. We don't need it explained by you or anybody else. But look, they're not advancing. They're checked. You know, they stay where they started Ritvik and they die more or less of Ritvik with a hard heart. You know, it's just... And the same thing, the living gurus start on a path of Vaidhi by the mercy either Prabhupada or maybe one of his descendants there that are not actually very good until they're transcendental. Then they're, you know, because if you become a guru in Prabhupada's movement and you're not like a transcendentally engaged servant, you can't help your disciples very well. You do something, maybe inspire them a little bit, but you can't deliver them. This is what delivers them, is awakening God in them so that they can have this relation, eternal relation with the Lord, you know, relishing these transcendental mellows forever. That's our work here, you know, and the devotees are just not clear about that. You know, they're just going around on the Vaidhi level and they're not clear about what's here. They just, you know, but you see, that's why if any one of those devotees, there are plenty out there that are just ready, they're just waiting. They're in the waiting room, but they need to make the connection.
Yeah.
See? So they get a video at the right time and boom, you know, it's happened to practically everybody here. They get a video and all of a sudden, wow, I think I'm meant to go like this. Krishna says, oh, go this way, directs your wanderings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All these conclusions can be learned from the Srimad Bhagavatam, but only if a pure Vaishnava explains the subject.
See,
Listen.
everything is always conclusive. This all is, Lord Chaitanya speaking Chaitanya Charitamrita. By the action of the book Bhagavat and the devotee Bhagavat, absorbed in the mellows of devotion, these mellows are instilled in your heart. This ignorance is destroyed out of your life. See, has to be explained. See? That's why ultimately you gotta, all that study and all those fasts and all that stuff in religion and Vaishnava religion too is leading to the devotee to explain the real Bhagavatam. That's why I said before, most devotees are not even studying the real Bhagavatam yet because they're not finished with the Varnashram Dharma thing. They have great faith in it. Well, Veda Vyas was finished with it. He said, listen, I did this. I even taught Varnashram Dharma. I taught liberation stuff too, and my heart is unhappy. So the devotees have to be like that. You have to be like at that level. And then Vedavyas heard from Narada Muni. See, all that culminated into meeting the ecstatic devotee Narada Muni. See, that's and we'll look at Maharaj Parikshit. All his stuff that he did culminated in meeting Shukadev Goswami and hearing the Bhagavad explained to him, and boop. And the same thing with you guys. All of your fastings and all your vidis and everything has culminated in this. And you know it. You know, yeah, this is finishing it. Yeah, man, where are you going to go after this? Yeah, you're just going to go deeper, right? You want to go to any other path once the Lord awakens in your heart and you start to taste this bliss. Where else did it go? He's all attractive? Yes or no? So you know for yourself. He's like, oh yeah, okay. And even if you weren't, like, maybe you're led away by the Maya, some other, ooh, hey, try this out, and you try it out, because if you have some of this ecstasy here or some bliss you got from being here, then you'll see very quickly that that ain't so good, and then you come back. This really, yeah. Go ahead.
Ritviks, they say, yeah, but it's written by an ecstatic devotee. Is Prabhupada not an ecstatic devotee? Is he dead? Etc. Etc. It has been written by an ecstatic devotee. So when I read it, I'm hearing.
Yes. So what would you say? What would you say back to that person?
I say you've got to hear from an ecstatic, a living. I say it 100 times.
Well, here's a good thing. This, when you said that, the Lord showed me this. Oh yeah. Well, you know what? Chaitanya Bhagavat was also written by an ecstatic devotee, and Chaitanya Charitamrita was written by an ecstatic devotee. So, but why is Lord Chaitanya explaining these things? He's a living person. See? So yeah, so they need to be explained. See,
I say this 100 times, but
yeah. No, I mean, after a while, the logic seeps in. Lord Chaitanya is saying these things that are in the scriptures. He's quoting them. These are quoting them. He said, but you see, this defeats it. He's quoting the scriptures, and he said, when these are explained by a real devotee, see, he's quoting the scripture, but they have to be explained. See, so that's how it is. And proof is, look at the people. Look at Johann, read the book so many times, Janaki also. And still they come here, it's like, wow, now I'm really getting it. Because it's got to be explained. And even for a devotee who's on the ecstatic level, they're explaining, or the Lord through them is explaining, and they're benefiting too. They're also being uplifted. It's about explaining the damn thing. And if you don't want to hear from an ecstatic devotee, it's still, you're less intelligent and foolish. Yeah. Because I'm explaining these things for my own benefit. Why, and I'm already been on the ecstatic worship thing for so many years. I still want to explain. And you guys don't want to hear the explanation and come onto the ecstatic platform so you can also explain. Don't you explain now, Lalita? And you feel elevated, right? Yeah.
And I feel such a difference between when I was ecstatic in the beginning, although I was flying like anything, but I wasn't purified. I wasn't, it's not the same. It's not because you feel ecstasy that you can explain everything,
Mm-hmm.
Every day I see new things, every day that I did not know yesterday.
Yeah, it's amazing, huh? See, this is collecting the valuable jewels. See, those who have the mercy of Lord Chaitanya can collect the valuable jewels in the revealed scriptures. See, that chapter 3, verse 1, Adi Lila, Chaitanya Charitamrita. See, all these things you realize for yourself, and all because of ecstasy. That's the mercy of Lord Chaitanya, is this ecstatic devotion. And this mercy comes through his ecstatic devotees. And see, you guys are getting mercy, and you can collect now. You collect the valuable things. This jewel. This is the revealed scriptures, this treasure.
It's because of what I experienced myself that my belief in you gets bigger and deeper. Because how much deeper must you, and if with me I understand more today than yesterday, what about you after so many years? So
Yeah.
the proof is in the pudding.
Proof is in the pudding. That's why, yeah, it's great. Yeah, it just goes, and that's why once you're at that ecstatic platform, now you're home free in the sense, because now, see, Prabhupada even says, see, that's actually Madhyamadikari, is love of God awakens in you, even though you can't describe the scriptures and convince so many people so well yet, but still, love of God is awakened in you. And so at Madhyamadikari is where you start to become a spiritual teacher and then guru. Because at Madhyamadikari, you start explaining this to people, and you benefit and they benefit. You have love, it awakens love of God in you more, and also in them. They start to advance also. See, so Prabhupada said usually the Madhyamadikari becomes the spiritual master, and that's more higher Madhyam. See? First, you become like a spiritual teacher, like you guys are, really good spiritual teachers. And you just keep worshiping Krishna happily and ecstatically, and you become more and more, and deeper, and better, more expert. And so that's most of what I've seen. Most of the gurus, they're not even Madhyam yet. That's what Prabhupada saw. He saw that most of his godbrothers, even with the big titles, Acharya and everything, they were not even beyond the neophyte platform. See? Because if they were, they would have recognized him, because that Madhyam, love of God awakens in you, and therefore you can begin to see the other Madhyams or maybe the Uttam, because they also have love of God, and you can see, oh, that's really more developed. You start to see, like the devotees of Lord Chaitanya, they saw, wow, his love of God is there, and it's really deeply developed. See? So these are the intricacies you learn, but you got to at least come to the Madhyam. So Prabhupada said the Madhyam platform is the safe platform. See, it's safe because now you know what God is to some extent. You know his transcendental potency. Now it's awakened in you. See, so that's safe. People are not safe until they can recognize that. First, see, like the devotees. Oh, how fortunate we are to see the love of God awakened in Lord Chaitanya. Just see it. See? How fortunate the Lord's allowing us just to see it.
Yes.
See? And then feel it. And then, okay. Mm-hmm.
Lord Krishna and Lord Balarama stayed and studied in the house of their guru, Sandipani Muni. After completing their education, they wished to return home, but first they inquired from Sri Santipanu what they could offer as Guru Dakshina, a donation to one's teacher. The Guru consulted his wife and replied that he and his wife would like to have their dead son brought back to life. Lord Krishna and Lord Balarama immediately went to see Yamaraj, the Lord of Death. On the request of Krishna and Balarama, all the formalities were concluded, and the son was returned alive to Sri Sandipanu. When Mother Devaki heard about this wonderful happening, she also wanted her dead sons back. Therefore, one day she approached Krishna and Balarama and begged them, saying, "Oh, please listen to me. Dearest Krishna and Balaram, you are the lords of all mystics. You are the original transcendental lords of all creation, eternal and absolutely pure. You are the fathers of this universe and the cause of all causes, creation, maintenance, and annihilation of this universe are carried out by just a partial expansion of your expansions. Yet, in spite of these infinite potencies, you have both appeared in this world as my sons, only to alleviate the suffering in this world, just as you have brought back. Oh, am I still there? Oh,
Yeah,
just
something
as
happened.
you have brought back your guru's son from the abode of Ramaraj as a partial donation to your guru and his wife. Similarly, I also yearn to see all my 6 sons that the mean and heartless Kamsa mercilessly murdered.
Okay, as you're saying this, the esoteric significance of this game. You see how Devaki wanted her sons to come back to life. So, and that's basically building on the revelation I got before, is Devaki represents a spiritual master. She's married to Vasudev, see, and becomes pregnant with basically the Holy Spirit, Spirit of the Lord. So anyway, from that there are many sons that are born. So a lot of her sons died. See, and so actually, this is the esoteric significance of that is the guru has sons and daughters, but they're born of the word. You guys are only here because you heard, and you're becoming attracted and bonded. So you become like my sons and daughters, right? This is how it works. And so, but you see what's happening? You were all dead, and now you're coming alive. That's how it
Yeah.
is. See, so it's because it's always the desire of the guru. Oh, you're taking shelter here. Jesus was thinking the same thing. Oh, they believed in my word, which is your word. Therefore, let them be as I am. See, so it's the same thing. You guys are coming. Krishna is satisfying the guru's desire that you come to life. See, your coming to life is the awakening of the bhakti in your heart. Otherwise, you're part of the walking dead. You're not born yet. You have to be spiritually born, and that's the awakening devotion. So you see, and now when Devaki's back, it's still mundane. See, they come back and then they go back, then they leave because, well, of course they're spiritually advanced, but there's a difference between raising dead bodies and raising living dead bodies. See, people are just without the Lord in them, they're more or less not alive yet. The modes of nature are not really alive. It's dead, causes death. There's only, it's this darkness. It's the dark shadow. You're not alive yet. This bhakti gives you life. See? So, yeah. And so that's the secret. See, Krishna is doing that for you. He's saying, oh, as a favor to my devotee, who is a spiritual master, as I bring his sons and daughters back to life with the spirit. See? So he's going into you, right? Bringing you life. So that's the real pastime there. See, the Lord also, when Srivasa's son died, he touched the body, and the son came back to life, and then preached and said, "Oh, what life am I in there?" He said, and he said, "Okay, it was my time to go, so I just going." See, a lot of people think raising the dead is to do like that, and no, raising the dead. No, raising the dead is the living dead. That's while they're alive, we raise them. Not going around. It's false ego and mystic desires and the man. A lot of Christians, they're a little caught up in that. They want to manifest jewels and and monies and all the. It's just they want the mysticism. See here and raising dead bodies, and they don't care, or opening deaf ears. And oh yeah, just open your ears. A lot of those people leave. They get their ears open, they go somewhere else. See, here you get your ears open. In other words, you're able to perceive
spiritual treasure and attracted to that forever. See, your eyes are open to perceive what is actually spiritual with the eye of devotion. Okay? And your body is raised. See, your body is woke up. Your spiritual body is awakened. See, all these things are happening. These miracles are happening here, and people don't think they're any important. No, let's see the parting of the seas and all that stuff. Well, hey, man, they all turned against Moses. They were always giving him trouble. But you guys don't give me trouble. Why? Because you got the greatest miracle of all is the Lord awakening in your heart. Therefore, when that starts to take root and works, there's no trouble now. Now your faith will be firm and steady. And that's the greatest miracle is happening here. Lord Chaitanya taught that. He said his miracle is, I'll just make Narayani cry for Krishna. And then that was her first time. She started crying for Krishna. Chant Krishna's name and cry. See, that's what he said. He said, chant Krishna's name and cry, Narayani. And she chanted Krishna and boo. And maybe we got to work a little more at it here, but you stay around here, you're chanting Krishna and you're starting to cry. Hey, we're doing the same kind of work that Lord Chaitanya was. I'm just saying, hey man, chant Krishna and cry. You don't do it right away, keep hanging around and it'll happen. Look, I even saw a couple of tears that Tom was trying to restrain and hold back with his glasses. He seemed to be choking up a bit, huh? Did you notice that, anybody? Yeah. Did you like that, Tom? Were you happy with that? Do you want more of that?
Oh, yes, I want more of that.
See, you get some greed. You feel a little, you look a little more purified. Do you feel purified from that?
Yes, these classes are training classes to focus.
Yeah, I know.
To tune in, to tune in to that quality I really desire.
Yeah, that's great. That's good. So yeah, you see, you get a little taste of that. You feel the special purification you get that you can't get in any other way. There he is, looking grave as a grapefruit. Well, anyway, congratulations. That's great. Krishna's giving you what you want. He's raising you from the dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
Difference, yeah.
What does that say? I spoke in 2 ISKCON book distributors, in Birmingham, who were very angry and fiery when we asked them to watch Srila Gaur. When you mentioned my name, man, you better have some strength there because all hell will break loose.
I go to toilet.
Got angry and fiery when I mentioned Gaur Das in Facebook Live to get the higher taste and intelligence. They asked me why. Then we replied because Srila Prabhupada said in his letter to the Upendra, August 5th, 1970, we must give up the fighting spirit and use our intelligence to push ahead. Their anger disappeared when we said this to them. Great, preach to them, conclusive. Yeah. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. It's only 4:30 a.m. here. See, 12:30, 1:30, 2:30, 3:30, 4:30. We've been going 4 hours already.
It's only 4:30, you think. You started it.
I started at 12:30, I think. Yeah. Yeah. So it's already that's 4 hours. We're still going. And people are still watching. Got 12 people here. Yeah. It's Go
Oh,
ahead.
okay. The Lord gave me a lot of patience with this Balaram, don't you think?
Yeah, yes, yeah, it's good.
Oh. As soon as they heard their mother's wish, Krishna and Balaram immediately proceeded to Bali Maharaj's palace. When Bali Maharaj saw that the visitors were his most worshipable lordships, Krishna and Balaram, he felt a surge of spiritual bliss in his heart. He had surrendered all that he possessed, his wealth, his wife and children, and himself at the lotus feet of their lordships. The ecstasy of Krishna Prem was building up inside him, and horripilations appeared all over his body as he began to shed tears of divine bliss. Bali fell at Krishna and Balaram's feet, and clutching them to his heart, he offered prayers. Bali Maharaj prayed, all glories to Sri Ananda, who has appeared as Sankarsana, and all glories to Sri Krishna, the crest jewel of Gokula, O Balarama, Haladhara. You are the best friend and leader of all the young coward boys. O Krishna, you are the most precious treasure of your surrendered devotees. O Lords, both of you are rarely to be seen even by great purified sages who are on the transcendental platform. Yet, my Lord, you are so magnanimous that you have appeared before me, a demon steeped in the darkest ignorance. Therefore, it is clear that, as described in the Vedic literature, you have no friends or enemies. This I am witnessing in this very moment. Putana, who came to murder you by making you suck her poisoned breast, got liberation to the Vaikuntha planets after being killed by you. Hence, it is difficult to understand your heart. Even the Vedas and the great mystic yogas have failed to do so.
Yeah, the great sages hardly can see the Lord, if not at all, and yet Bali Maharaj can see him. And this is what the world needs to know: is he represents the path, even though he was a demon, because he went to a devotee. His grandfather instructed him, Prahlad Maharaj. He was in the line of Prahlad Maharaj, like a son. He was the grandson of Prahlad Maharaj, and Prahlad actually instructed him. And because of that, he got the association of Krishna, who even sages have a hard time seeing, especially when they don't go the real path. The real path is Krishna wants to show in the Bhagavatam that, hey man, you could be a demon. If you will just go to my devotee, you'll get me. I'll purify you of all your little demoniac stuff. That, you know how Krishna would turn people that were demons, lizards, like in the lizard body, he would just touch them. When you come to a devotee, the Lord starts to touch you and purify you, because you come the real door. The devotee, the empowered devotee, ordered by the parampara, is the door. If you go through that door, you will be touched by the Lord that these great sages have a hard time being touched by. Okay? And it'll be easy. Go ahead.
Yeah, Putana, they say, yeah, she got liberated by the mercy of the Lord, because she acted like a mother. But I more have the impression that she got liberated because the Lord sucked the poison out of her, and killed actually the false ego, so that she.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's exactly it. And because everybody, you're having experience of that. Because Krishna was in you, he was sucking out all that poison of conditioning. See, it's poison, and he just sucked it all out. He's in there, yeah, and all of a sudden, then all he's left is him, Satchidananda. You know, that's all you want anyway. After all that shit, man. You know, ask River. She didn't like it. She didn't like having all that in there. And she's sucking all that poison out of you, River. That nice, huh? Yeah, giving you a nice transcendental body, man. You can unmute yourself, I think. Try it. See if you can unmute yourself. There you go.
I was just gonna say, when you was talking about Prahlad and Bali Maharaj and the demons, but they got liberated. They were demons, and now with these demons, now if you watch all the films that I like that show what's going off right now, it's usually the demons that get together with the humans and conquer all the demons in these films. So it kind of, it's kind of gives you hope that, yeah, they will come. Demons will come here. They will come here and they will listen. And yeah, it's like that.
Yeah, yeah. They'll either come here or they'll go to some other devotee. I mean, the Christians. A lot of them will probably go to the Christians, because what we're teaching is really deep stuff. Depends, but for the Christians, they can get them. They become a born again Christian, and they get liberation or more of the Vaikuntha thing. I don't know, something. At least they're free of their demon bodies, and all that horrible karma. See, Krishna starts touching them. God touches them and just purifies. See, once you surrender, and you surrender through his representatives. If you don't figure that out, man, your study of the Vedas and fastings is not borne fruit yet. That's why the God brothers, they didn't get it. Our God brothers too, they're not quite getting it. That's why the Lord, the God brothers of Prabhupada were not finished with they even though they had Bhakti Siddhanta, they needed more shiksha on this kind of level. See, this kind of stuff. And they so they weren't finished. They needed the shiksha. And the same thing with our God brothers. They need this shiksha. Otherwise, they can't move from that Vaidhi level. They have to hear and learn Chaitanya Charitamrita principles, this extraordinary mercy of Lord Chaitanya. They have to learn about it and accept it. Otherwise, they can't advance to this spontaneous platform. It's all dependent on that. So whether they do that in this life or in another life, when another devotee comes, living devotee, they still have to accept it. Otherwise, they can't move on. You're just still attached to the mode of goodness even. And that's all you see. You're like that Brahmin. Why is this devotee like that? And then you often, like Devananda Pandit was still committing offenses to pure devotees. And he was a good Brahmin. Humble and everything, but he couldn't recognize spontaneous devotional service. Eventually did. See, he went through the door, he surrendered to the devotee, Vakrashwar Pandit, and then he got purified. See, the Lord came and purified him. And that's how it works. So it's just very simple. Isn't that amazing? We're here to make everything Jesus talked about, Lord Chaitanya talked about, simplify it. Get it more clear so people can see, the door is here. Let's just go through it. See? Convince people, hey, man, the door is here. That's what Jesus is trying to say. Come on, man, I'm the door. He was alive. He was living. He said, I'm the door. My preaching is the door. Come through this door and you'll see that God will reward you with his kingdom. See, and then he gave those keys to his disciples. A lot of them are still not. They could be more conclusive. What we're preaching is the conclusive thing. The devotees empowered by the disciplic line, they're the door. See, you go through that door, you're going to get Krishna even in this life, because this is what's being offered now. We're not emphasizing Vaidhi and rules and regulations and austerities and renunciation, are we? No, we're emphasizing the mercy of the Vaishnavas, the Kripa Siddha, becoming perfect by mercy. That's Chaitanya Lila. And we're preaching it. Therefore, that mercy will manifest and is manifesting. Okay? You don't preach it, nobody knows what that mercy is, and they teach something else, or they follow some other path. Because we're teaching, take shelter of the mercy of the of Lord Chaitanya, and that prema bhakti being preached here. If you believe it, you come to believe it, and just accept it, you'll effortlessly be delivered. You just walk through the door. No, it's too easy. No, I'm going to do it. I'm going to chant my 1 lakh and do it by my sadhana. Well, okay, Mr. Less Intelligent. What can be done?
Yep.
Keep coming here and you'll become intelligent. Yeah, you know what? I think it's probably enough of me doing this here. It's already 4 hours. And I need to move around a little bit.
Me
And
too.
yeah, you too. And whoever else wants to go on can go on. You know, go on alone. Open up your own kunj now. People can come into you.
Hungry.
Your personal kunjas. Now we've had a shared kunj here. This is pretty awesome, huh? This we get, this is yeah. This way we don't have to compete much, We can fill in 4 slots at once. Instead of
I didn't
yeah,
understand that.
4
What do you mean
slots.
by competing?
No. I mean, like one person's going on, and at the same time, like 4 persons going on at the same time. Here we get all 4 people here, and so we're all doing a little something. Okay, Hare Krishna, everybody. Thank you very much.
Hare Krishna.
Haribol.
Haribol.